Hey everyone, welcome to the Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissil, and today we are here for Let's Talk About It! So, today we're here to talk about what's been going on around with the channel, stuff that's been going on behind the scenes, stuff that I want to do going forward, and more of a chill stream. But I've had multiple developments over the past week or two that I'd like to address here and go over with all of you in a very civil manner. Because you see, when narcissists are caught in a lie, they will do everything to avoid being pointed out as a liar. So expect Tom Althouse to go on to other shows and start trash talking me just because I tried to warn him about Penny being his handler, and now he doesn't want to speak with me anymore. I know that's what it is. But here's the thing. This show, we're on episode 3. Episode 2? Yeah, episode 2. Last week. Another host that used to host Tom Althouse showed up and watched my live stream here, where I was going over my grievances. And what does this person do after they watched my show? Well, they sent the show to Tom, which is awesome. But then they wanted me to be on their show. It's like a 700 subscriber channel. They wanted me to go on their show with Tom, and I wasn't even asked directly. They had to have their co-host go and ask me. So I agreed to this, right? It was going to be a debate between Tom and myself. I don't know why, because I'm just trying to get the information out to Tom that Penny is his handler, along with Michael Yako and a few others. But the focus here is Penny L.A. Shepard. And we're going to be getting a first-hand account that I tried my best to get Tom to hear. And he refuses to listen. He refuses to see the truth or hear the first-hand accounts. The evidence. He talks about evidence all the time. Why don't you open that script you have shown at every show you're doing? Because if you don't do that, maybe I will. Think I'm bluffing? I don't just shoot my load off here. I have multiple things I can release, Tom. Multiple things. More than 5. But you need to come to an understanding here that I'm trying to help you. And that's the whole business relationship that we had, was me helping you. You didn't pay me money to come onto my channel. I spent my own money to fly out to your house to film your documentary. And you know what you told me when I got there? No, let's write a book. And now that's not even happening. You start these projects, you never finish them. I don't know what to say. So I was invited to this show. It was supposed to be on the 17th, right? So I said, okay. But I thought Tom's probably going to get cold feet. I'm not going to say anything on my deep dives because I can't do that to my viewers here. Like, you guys show up. If you just want to watch Coral Castle, you can do that. If you just want to watch Bermuda Triangle, you can do that. If you just want to watch Chicago film industry, you can watch that. And guess what? All these recent episodes, no extra talk. That's what this show's for. The extra talk. But this is important as well. So I have 2 topics to talk about today. Or I guess 2 individuals. We have Tom Althouse and we have Penny L.A. Shepard. We have the perpetual victim, and we have the professional handler. Are you getting the picture here? We also may be dealing with both of them being grifters. So, when these people can't take criticism, when they're coming out here and dishing it back to all these other people, you hear Tom talk about Hollywood. That's all he does is trash people. And if anybody questions him, he just severs ties, calls them the devil, and then goes on and tries to find new people to go and trick. Okay? So anyways, this was what, the 13th? So the 13th I was asked about that. The 15th, I was contacted again by the co-host, saying that I really should get the text out. Oh man. Because it's something. On the 15th, I was told that I wasn't like invited to that show anymore, or they weren't doing it at all. Hold on, I'll find it here. So yeah, that was Tuesday that I was told about that. And then this is from the host themselves, sending this to the co-host. I am canceling the show with Steve. It is not worth my time. I am still healing. I can't have drama right now. I was going to have Penny Shepard and Tom too, but I called them both. We had a talk. And I need to heal, so that next year I can go to the Super Soldier Program Conference. So you know what she does. So anyway, what she just said there is she's done. She's not going to do it, right? Well, 2 days later, she shows up with Tom on her show. And for 17 minutes, I guess they talked about me, without me being there to defend myself. Ain't that sweet? So I didn't watch that 17-minute interview that this person who said they had to heal all of a sudden within 2 days decided I'm not going to be on the show, and she's not doing any shows. And then 2 days after that, I'm going to just have Tom on anyway so you can talk shit about Steve. All right, man. That's the way you want to do this. I'm just trying to get you out of the handler's control, and all you're doing is pushing back and avoiding shit, and you canceled the entire work relationship that we had here on this channel. All because, I don't know, man. I still don't know what happened. I'm sitting here back in October waiting for you to enter my Zoom chat, and you said you don't have a link. What am I to do, man? That's not the reason you stopped talking to me. You don't want to hear the truth, Tom. But, yeah, it's just a shame. So, we're going to watch that 17 minutes here. We're going to watch that 17-minute interview. And then I want to show, because I got permission to do this, the person who housed Penny Shepard for 6.5 years. Her best friend, landlord, like a sister, apparently. You wouldn't want to hear that side of the story? Or Tom just wants to hear Penny's side, that like everybody's fucking crazy and everyone's out to get her. But You don't want to hear about what Penny did and how others view Penny as she's doing her actions. I don't know what to say. I really don't. But like the utter avoid the ignorance that comes from these narcissists. Like, they don't want to accept the truth. They want to shut it out. I don't get it. I know it doesn't fit your narrative, Tom, but Penny is handling you. She love bombs you. She says, I love you without meaning it. Do you understand? I don't have to talk this way to you. But you won't talk to me. And this is the only outlet that I have. So, what am I to do? What am I to do? So I didn't listen to all of his trash talking of me on that show. But I did record the show to watch today. Here, with all of you. And I really would like for that to go over smoothly, because I'm trying here. I am doing my best to give you a good presentation, informational, and I mean it's the best I can do. But if you don't give me the time, how you gonna hear the truth? So here we go. We're going to watch this thing. I will pause when I need to make comments. But this is it. I believe this is the first time Tom is addressing me since October. And it's not even directly addressing me. It's he's going on some other show that's 3 times less subscribers than me, and he's running his mouth saying all this negative stuff, I guess. So it's not even that the stuff is negative. When I criticize people, it's to help them. And I'm not being mean, all right? You don't want to see me mean. So we'll start this now. And yeah, say something if you're in the chat here.
This together, we got it in hand. It's just a matter of compiling it properly and bringing it forward with expertise. So that's what we're doing now. And I'm seeing a lot of reactions from the other side where evidence is showing up in my house, things like that. I mean, just incredible.
I'm going to pause it here. This dude continually finds more and more and more evidence, but we don't ever see it.
Things are being restored and returned. And I'm like, wow, that's a total sign that, they see you as a winner.
He doesn't sound confident.
So, yeah, we'll win this.
Good. Today, we wanted to talk a little bit about how the game is played to divide and conquer. I talk about the art of war a lot here. And lately, that's what's been happening. It's been happening for a while now, but it had simmered down on my end. I don't know about your end, but my end started in September.
Oh, September, you say? The last time Tom interviewed with me.
When a person told me about another person speaking ill about you, and I didn't want to tell you, and I didn't tell you for the longest time because I thought, I told this person it's their problem,
right?
Not mine. I don't want anything to do with it. But now, it's
now what?
It's climaxed, I guess you could say, to.
What, did you have a climax watching my stream the other night, Veronica?
Higher rounds, and this person tends to go through different YouTube channels and tries to detach the person that's really like. We'll say, for example, my co-host.
Yeah, you're all good, Jason. We're just getting into this. I have not watched this yet, but this is a 17-minute interview that came to fruition because this woman on the screen that owns the channel, she was watching my stream last week on Let's Talk here, and she decided to send it to Tom and then tried to get me and Tom on her show, and then uninvited me 2 days later, and then 2 days after that, she's live with this asshole now. So, I'm just saying, I tried to warn Tom that Penny is handling him, and she does not love him like she says. She is just saying it. It's called love bombing. You do that to break down the guard of people you're trying to break down. All the things that he talks about on all of the interviews with me, and he just is completely blindsided by this bitch? Come on! Let's continue here.
Right. And just whispering things in the ear and saying, hey, this person did that to me, that. And then that kind of trickles down to me like, well, what's going on? Are we being divided now? Because I don't want to be divided.
I assume they're talking here about me, which is why we're watching this. And I know he is on that show now because she reached out to him because she watched my video. All right?
But let the audience know if you'd like.
Yes, full disclosure now. Tom decided it was the best idea to go on this woman's show and talk badly about me. Where I'm... Dude, you want me to do a read-through of the Immortals here? Because I'm about to. I'm really about to. And also blow the lid off of all the other projects you're trying to do. It's called nipping it in the bud. You have a scam that's budding. And I'm going to take it away. Because you shouldn't have done this, Tom.
What's been going on, and I'll see if I can share some of these things.
That's how the game is played, too. You're the last.
The game's played. It's the same words from this guy every time.
Has to know, and there are people that were. The game Cabal plays is how people.
It's not that he has a consistent story. It's that he talks in circles. And you try to get him to talk about something else, and he goes right back to the circle. Over and over. The Cabal's coming down. We're getting momentum. Everything's falling in place. It's all looking clear. He's been saying this for 3 years now since I have started interviewing him. It's all coming. We're right on the precipice. Okay, Tom, I'll wait. No, I'm not going to wait for shit. We're going to keep going.
Work with you, and then they'll pull the rug on you without you knowing, and that's something that goes back to.
Tom pulled the rug out of me on this channel. He no-showed 3 times in October and then said we're done. Talk about pulling the rug. You pulled the rug out on here, dude. You totally pulled the rug out on whatever you were doing here. You lost a great opportunity here.
Pat Robertson's organization as a tactic they call anonymouses. And so what's interesting about this party we're discussing right now is...
So I also believe that if it wasn't Penny, that someone else was reaching out to Tom, pretending to be me and talking badly to him. And pretending to be reached out anonymously and tried to make it coded to make it seem like it's me or some shit. I have not said a word to this dude since he told me to fuck off, basically. And for no reason, mind you.
Steven guy.
Here we go. All right, I'll go back 10 seconds.
Pat Robertson's organization as a tactic they call anonymouses. And so what's interesting about this party we're discussing right now, this Steven guy, he knew when he was at my home, he knew that this was the hardest part of dealing with all this is the anonymouses and how they work. Yeah. So he heard that. He knew that. And then he employed the very same tactics. Because
interesting. I will say right now that I in no way, shape, or form contacted Tom anonymously whatsoever. Ever. Ever.
This was the hardest part of dealing with all this is the anonymouses and how they work.
Yeah, or the garden. Yeah, the hardest part of being at your place was digging up the garden that you ended up sodding back up.
So he heard that. He knew that.
I may have heard it, but am I going to remember that, dude? Like, you really think I'm, like, implementing, like, this crazy idea that you say, like, oh my God, I got Pat Robertson, all these anonymouses, and they're all setting out to go and get me. Who was doing that to you, Tom? Who has multiple accounts, Tom? Penny. Go read the cadence of whatever anonymous people contacted you, because it wasn't me. It wasn't me, Tom.
And then he employed the very same tactics.
Unbelievable that he has the gall to sit here and talk about me like one of these other people that he says is in the industry and has ruined his life.
Because he also heard they gain. They get great rewards. They get to gain. They have a D player backdoor card where, say, they can't get into a top host like John B. Wells, right?
I got you on John B. Wells' show, Tom. Yeah, he's a professional victim. Absolutely, Jason.
They get to gain. They have a D player backdoor card where, say, they can't get into a top host like John B. Wells, right? He was gaga about John B. Wells.
Yeah, because he's one of the most prolific radio hosts still alive. I'm sorry, Tom, but you're a dumbass. You had his contact, and you cut it off. And then I got it back for you, and you cut it off again.
But he's a lower echelon guy, host that had like 32 views, 26 views.
Are you fucking kidding me? He just said John B. Wells is either him or me. Ain't no fucking way he's saying John B. Wells only had 30 views.
Tactics. Because he also heard they gain. They get great rewards. They get to gain. They have a D player.
What am I gaining from this, Tom? What am I gaining from this? I got an eBay store to run. I got items to list. I have bills to pay. You think I want to be doing this right now? I got another video to show after this. That's almost 2 hours. We might be here 4 hours. I can only assume he was talking about me, but that's not even true with the 20, 30 views bullshit, because we were getting hundreds of views. And some of these videos, thousands. There was one that went over 10,000 views. Dumbass.
Backdoor card where, say, they can't get into a top host like John B. Wells, right? He was gaga about John B. Wells, but he's a lower echelon guy, host that had like 32 views, 26 views. So he wants to have access to him.
Ah. So he was trying to say, I'm a lower echelon host that only has 20 to 30 views, and that I was trying to get clout. But I gave you John B. Wells' phone number, his direct cell number, Tom. I never called it. You did. He answered on the first ring. You got 2 interviews with him after that phone call, after I gave you the number. And you blew it all away, man. You haven't been back on there. I don't even think you called him back. I think it's been over a year you haven't even reached out to him. John B. Wells used to be the host on Coast to Coast AM, nationwide radio station. Oh, saying I'm a vape addict. Oh man. See, I'm getting comments here from other people right now saying like what he has said later in this video. We're only 2.5 minutes in. And Jason, yeah, I really wish Zen was here. It was planned for him to be in the chat. So, all right, well, oh, you got me. I'm addicted to nicotine, but the nicotine also saved me from whatever BS was going on in 2022.
So he tries to use me to have access to John when John has me on the shows.
Again, I never called John. I have zero access to John. Why? Why would I need access to John? I gave access to you so that you could be on John's show, so you can get your story out to more people. And the same thing with the other individual that helped get you onto the Roseanne show. And now you're not talking to either of us. You took our skills, our talent, and our trust, and you abused all of it. And then you left us out to hang to dry. Forgot about it. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. I just did 22 interviews with them over 2.5 years. Don't worry about them. The interviews are not coming down anytime soon. It's there for, what's that? Dang, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I can't say it. I don't know. It's all up online. I'm doing this because it's up. Like, all my videos are going to stay up because it's archived, okay? I'm not one of those individuals that gets pissy one day and deletes the whole fucking channel, okay? I know that's what you expected me to do here, and I also know that you expect me to just shut up because that's what narcissists want others to do when they're speaking the truth about them. You narcissist.
Echelon guy, host that had like 32 views, 26 views. So he wants to have access to him. So he tries to use me to have access to John when John has me on the shows. And then what happens is after you down the person behind their back, you then call people like John and go, you would go, oh, by the way, I'm here to warn you about this party you had on your show. That's the only way they can make contact.
Again, Tom, I have never called John B. Wells. I've never spoken to him. So that also means that whatever you're trying to say here, like I weaseled in and told John not to interview you anymore. No, you just straight up stopped talking to John, just like you just cut me off here, okay? So we're seeing a pattern that is emerging, and we are going to nail this down. And this is all archived for the internet till the end of time.
You can't call as a low echelon host and go, I want to be on your show. They have to have a reason for calling that they can use. And the deep players will do this, as Steve did. They'll say, I'm calling to warn you about someone on your show.
Okay. I told Tom, like Tom and I, when I was at his place, we were considering visiting Penny. And that didn't happen. Because she's 4 hours away from where he lives. But I went, when I was on my way home, I drove back home. I went to go visit Penny. Like, Penny got involved with all of this after Emma and Tom stopped doing shows together. Penny introduced herself and got into my DMs and wanted to call me and talk to me for 3 hours about her whole life. And I didn't even know her. But that's what handlers do. They just try to overwhelm you. That's why Tom, when I was at his house last year, he was too busy to do work with me. So like he had all these shows with Penny and he had to go talk up on the phone upstairs with other individuals. But like the time that we squared out to do the documentary, all of a sudden, like it didn't exist. And then he's like, let's write a book. And then the other half of the time, he's having me write down all of his thoughts like I'm a therapist. I'm here to make a movie. I'm here to document your story, to get your story out to others. It has nothing to do with my ego, man. I don't know why you, like, the narcissists think that everyone else is a narcissist and everyone's out to get them. That's all it is.
This is done all the time. And that way they get in. And
It's done all the time. He just said it. They do this to me all the time. They start asking me questions I can't answer and I get mad. And then I leave the shows and I give the hosts nothing. I tell them that they don't mean anything. Like, just forget about that Steve. He did 22 interviews with me, but just forget about him.
this together, we got it.
Going on.
Oh, man. All right.
So he tries to use me to have access to John when John has me on the shows. And then what happens is after you down the person behind their back, you then call people like John and go, you would go, oh, by the way, I'm here to warn you about this party you had on your show. That's the only way they can make contact. They can't call as a low echelon host and go, I want to be on your show. They have to have a reason for calling that they can use. And the deep players will do this, as Steven did. They'll say, I'm calling to warn you about someone on your show. This is done all the time. And that way they get in and act like they're benevolent.
I have no idea what the hell he's talking about here. Tom had like 3 different emails. He had a phone number that I called him. I talked to him on the phone with it constantly. Texted him. He's not reached out to me at all. I tried to call him on the day that he cut things off. Like, he just straight up ignored me. So, like, how am I supposed to communicate with it? And then also, he has these handlers that are pretending to be me and these other fuckers. Like, it's just too much.
Yes, as Steven did. They'll say, I'm calling to warn you.
Yeah. I did call Tom to warn him about Penny. I even... And then I had a conversation with him. He said that Penny was saying she was going around to other guests that were in her show and telling them, like, Tom's suicidal. Tom's doing this. I'm concerned for his well-being. The same tactics that Tom says has been used on him all the time. And I'm like, dude, you see it happening right in front of your eyes here. So let's talk about it later tonight with the landlord that Penny ran away from and moved, like, she ran from Texas to Georgia to get away from the landlord because she got caught in a lie. Unbelievable. So yeah, I tried to warn Tom that he's being handled and he just doesn't want to hear it. And then now he's making up a big story about, like, I'm one of these cabal members. My pocket's in Joel Silver's pants. Like, what the fuck, man? Is that really what he's thinking?
Go, I want to be on your show. They have to have a reason for calling that they can use. And the deep players will do this, as Steven did.
I'm a D player. No, I'm not. I don't know what the heck he's doing. He's like, he's giving me labels. He's like, okay, this guy does anonymous stuff. Dude, I don't do any of that. I haven't talked to you since I tried to have you on the show in October again for part 23. And then you think... If I don't get back to you, you think I'm ignoring you. If I do get back to you, you think I'm desperate. So make up your fucking mind, bro.
They'll say, I'm calling to warn you about someone on your show. This is done all the time. And that way they get in and act like they're benevolent while they're actually doing something illegal. And
excuse me? The fuck did I just hear?
they can't call as a low echelon host and go, I want to be on your show. They have to have a reason for calling that they can use. And the deep players will do this, as Steven did. They'll say, I'm calling to warn you about someone on your show. This is done all the time. And that way they get in and act like they're benevolent while they're actually doing something illegal and get the person's attention that way. And then they try to see if they can get.
So I did get your attention, Tom. What took it away? Did Penny call you and say that I'm no good? Spreading more lies?
On their program that way. It's a D-player backdoor method, and it's very effective. In fact, Robertson's organization, they were 100% effective. I have a transcript right here. This transcript is from a Darlene Graves at Pat Robertson's organization, was an adjunct professor, talking to a housemate of mine named Kirsten Leslie. And on it, it goes on and on how she shouldn't associate with me, saying he's carrying a gun around, he's threatening he owned it, he's going off the deep end.
I think you already did a long time ago, dude.
He's a danger, he's crazy, he puts his fist through doors.
Yeah. I do believe Tom is one of those people that gets seriously pissed the fuck off and goes into another part of the house and punches the wall and makes a hole. That's why he talks about it too, by the way. Narcissists talk about themselves and repackage it as other people.
He speaks Christianese, he's psychological issues, he wounded this community. I'm just reading from it, on and on and on it goes for pages. That's an anonymous approach. Now, what's interesting about the character we're dealing with, and thank God you told me, because this has been going on months, I had no idea.
Excuse me? Well, you're in for a hell of a ride, Tom. You're what's the bread and butter train you're on with these conventions are gonna go bye-bye after this one, man. You just give me a few more weeks, and I'll make sure that you're never on another fucking show again. And you know what, man? I'm only reacting this way because, like, you're coming at me now. Like, after I explain everything, and you don't want to believe it, and then you have your handlers going and trying to say that I'm doing things that I'm not.
Behind my back. And with this guy, what's interesting, he's saying stuff the same way, like, oh, he's trying to poison me. He's
No. I said Penny poisoned Brenda with rat poison, and she ended up in the hospital with all engorged organs 3 times the size of what they normally should be. She almost died. And that was after going to Penny's house, which was on Susie's property. But Tom doesn't want to hear Susie's part of the story, which shows that Penny has journals about loving Satan. You see, these Satanists can use the word Jesus because they don't say Jesus Christ. They don't say the full name. And then on top of that, they don't say Yeshua. It's so layered and convoluted. But this woman, Penny, is not religious in any sense of the word, other than satanic. Sorry, boy. But there's actual physical evidence and notebooks and like, we got photographs and everything of it. And you don't want to see any of it, man. Can't believe you.
He didn't get the work done. They reverse everything and blame you for what they're doing.
He is actively avoiding and ignoring me. He can call me anytime. I have never blocked his number. He can reach out to me at any time. Email, phone call, text. If he feels inclined, he could show up to my house and we could talk one-on-one. I don't fucking care. But he doesn't want to talk. So this is what I'm left to do. And the more I question this guy's story, the looser it becomes.
And if I could put the picture in order here, I want to for other hosts that are being approached by this clown. What you have...
A clown, you say? Want to see a magic trick?
Is when he came to my house, the Stephen came to my house, and we were going to get work done. That was the agreement.
Oh, Jason, yeah. So last Sunday on our Let's Talk episode 2, Veronica saw it. Veronica tuned in on that show, and I guess it stirred her so much that she had to go share my show to Tom, and then Tom watched some part of it at least. But he's not going to listen to the whole thing. He doesn't follow along with things. He doesn't stay on topic with things. He always goes all over the fucking place. I don't know, man. I'm here dissecting things like on a like surgical level here. And when everyone else walks away, like the all the hosts that used to have Tom, like let's say Tom severed those connections himself. The host had the choice to either go on their show and truthfully talk about the separation of Tom or say nothing at all and delete the videos or whatever else. There's been hosts now that have done both. I know hosts that removed all their videos of Tom. Like, I know of them. I don't know them, okay? I only know of them. I go on YouTube and when I was like first looking this guy up, I was looking for all the other hosts that he was like on with. They were all around the same amount of subscribers. Like it was like between 100 subscribers and 10,000 subscribers. That was his range of going on shows. And mine, I was like at 1,000 or something. Maybe, I don't know. But even so, his interviews on this channel, I looked at all the data, and it's about 25% of the subscribers that I have are because of my interviews with Tom here. So I was expecting a much larger turnover than that. But hey, I don't know, man. He's just not. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. And the fact that he doesn't want to talk to me now after everything that I've done. Like, dude, I took my time out of my life to go work on this for you. To make... to give an ending to your story. All right? It's like you're in the second... At the end of the second act, almost at the beginning of the third act. But you're always flipping back to that previous bit. You don't ever want to go through. I show up to your house to film the documentary. You say, no! I should have been like, fuck this, and booked my plane ticket the next day and went home. Telling me to write a fucking book. I'm a filmmaker, man. Yeah, Zenray. Zenray says he ghosted you, and you kept all his videos up. The exact opposite of what he says an anonymous does. Yep. I'm not anonymous, dude. I'm here live and in living color. Steven Yissilmissil, Yissilmissil Productions channel. By the way, if you go to Google and type Tom Althouse interviews, guess what's going to show up on the whole first page? It's all nothing but Yissilmissil Productions, dude. So I don't know what you're thinking. People are gonna find my channel. People are gonna see these videos after the other ones where I'm interviewing you. And you still choose to go down this path of putting me in the same basket as these other assholes that you blast on every interview you go do. Unbelievable.
For other hosts that are being approached by this clown. What you have is, when he came to my house, the Steven came to my house, and we were going to get work done. That was the agreement. So he comes to my house. I'm feeding him balanced meals, like full meals. I spent more time feeding him than we got work done. But he's blaming me for not getting work done.
He didn't want to make the documentary when I got there. He didn't want to do the documentary anymore once I arrived. He wanted me to take notes on his thoughts where he's talking like this, like Shatner or some shit.
Work done. That was the agreement. So he comes to my house. I'm feeding him balanced meals, like full meals.
I cooked him breakfast, and I was told that he talks about me burning his eggs or some shit. I don't understand it, man.
I spent more time feeding him than we got work done. But he's blaming me for not getting work done.
He made a point to tell me that he makes sure he makes full course meals every night for his son, Aiden. And I just happened to be there, so it was one extra so instead of making a meal for 2, he was making a meal for 3. And that overwhelmed his whole day? No. Half the day he was upstairs. Afternoon for about an hour or 2, we'd actually do notes and shit. And then After that, it's back up to Netflix, and it comes back down to make dinner. And half the time it was an Instapot. And then we try to get shit done. But then he has the penny shows. Oh, I gotta be on Awake Nation. And then after that, I have to be on Dark Outpost. And then after that, I have to be in this. And then after that... Dude, you should have scheduled everything off so that we could have worked. But no, instead you're going on all these shows while I'm at your house.
But the thing is, he would sleep in. We'd schedule, let's do this time block and get the work done really well for the book. But
he never came downstairs in the morning. And after his son kept slamming the garage door every morning going to get in his car to go to school, I started wearing earplugs so that I wouldn't hear that door slam at 7 in the morning. And he wasn't getting up at that time. I'd be up till like 9, 10 o'clock. He's coming down the stairs. Oh, you're already up. So more bullshit from this guy. But let's continue.
Then we got work done. But he's blaming me for not getting work done. But the thing is, he would sleep in. We'd schedule, let's do this time block and get the work done really well for the book. But
the book! What book? That was not the plan when I showed up. Boy.
He wouldn't get up. So I'd be up in the morning and I'm waiting. He'd sleep in. No response. And then he gets up and he doesn't really want to work.
Holy shit. Are you guys hearing this? Are you guys hearing this? I have an image I want to show. I don't want to work, huh? I don't want to work. If I don't want to work, what's this? Explain to me what this is. I'll tell you what this is. This is me and Tom doing work. That is now all for nothing because he doesn't want to talk anymore. Because what? I told him that Penny's his handler and he doesn't want to accept it. He doesn't want to hear the truth, so he's just going to go ahead and make me a villain. That's it. Doesn't want to work, right? Hey. This is the person he's talking here and then the screen next to me here. I don't want to work. What's this? What's this, dude? Tell me what this is. Fuck. All right.
You're feeding him. He's in your house. And it's like you get maybe something done that really doesn't accomplish anything, maybe for an hour. And it's like it wasn't succeeding. Nothing was accomplished.
Most of this is on Tom. I don't know what to say. I was under the impression he was sleeping upstairs, but I think he was also sleeping downstairs in this other room. There's like 2 different rooms that goes into each other. It's kind of weird. But no, like I'd be waiting for him in his kitchen. He's like talking bullshit here saying I was sleeping in all day. When I'm sitting around waiting for it, I hear nothing. I hear no footsteps. I hear nothing moving around. I don't hear the TV running. Am I going to go upstairs and be like, wake up, Tom, we got work to do? Like, what the fuck does he expect me to do?
So I said, why don't we just cut this a bit short? I'll give you like a week maybe to get it organized and we'll call it because we're not getting anything done.
I scheduled off 4 weeks and I planned 2. So that if I needed to be there for an extra week or 2, I could. We got a lot done that first week, and then he started getting, like we're getting somewhere, and now he's like, he wants to move the goalposts. Now it's not 1 book, it's 4 books. And I'm not exaggerating.
And so instead, he argued he wanted to stay longer. So
Probably the only truthful thing he has said so far. And we are 5 minutes, 40 seconds in.
eating me out of house and home, basically, and then says, oh, he tried to poison me. Well, that's a real gratitude for feeding you.
No, Tom. When Brenda visited Susie and Penny on Susie's ranch, Penny poisoned Brenda. You dumb fuck. I don't know how you think I said you tried to poison me with your food. This dude's way off the reservation.
That he argued he wanted to stay longer. So eating me out of house and home, basically, and
I ate him out of house and home. What a fucking riot this guy is. Holy shit.
then says, oh, he tried to poison me. Well, that's a real gratitude for feeding you.
That is a blatant lie, dude. Holy shit. I never once said that Tom tried to poison me. I tried to tell Tom that Penny poisoned Brenda. And we'll cover that more with this second video I have here.
He argued he wanted to stay longer. So eating me out of house and home, basically, and then says, oh, he tried to poison me. Well, that's a real gratitude for feeding you all that money and busting my budget.
Busting his budget. Dude. We bought like 10 notebooks. We bought a pack of pencils. I needed to get to Walmart to pick up inventory for my store, but you had no car. You had your son's Mustang with a blown muffler that you said was the sound of the engine. So hold up. Just hold the fuck up, man. I ate you out of house and home. Or, or whatever. Whatever, man. What a fucking joke. He's very ungrateful. Oh. No, what's even worse, Zen, is like, why would he act like everything that he was doing in front of me was important? Just to turn around and be like, no, this Steve dude's an asshole. Ha ha ha, he flew in here and I told him we'd make the documentary and then I told him to make a book and then I told him to make 4 books and I told him to go fuck himself. Right? Like a fucking Goodfellas movie or something.
Without work getting done. And then not doing the work because he's lazy. We didn't accomplish anything. Well, that's your fault.
We never made the documentary because Tom wanted to change the project into a book.
I'm up in the morning waiting to do it. You're not doing it. It was really irksome.
All that he was having me do is transcribe his thoughts. He was going through story by story. Most of it was with the court case bullshit. And all these players involved, like the lawyer that slept with his wife and all this other bullshit. So he was working through those memories. I was transcribing it for him. He was saying it was too much for him. He's like, all right, let's stop. We do that for an hour or two. Yeah, it gets really tiring writing it. So eventually, I found out how to just... the 2 thumbs, type in as he's talking. Found that out to be very efficient. And again, I'm not going to be using any of that I did. So why would I waste my time like that? Why would I go to your house and do all this stuff just to be like on the internet several months later, hey, I'm anonymous and I'm trying to tell you that Penny is a bad person. Dude, I straight up called you from my phone number that's not blocked, has no like anonymity to it. And I told you myself that she's not good. And that there's multiple reasons why. but you didn't want to hear it, Tom.
That they can turn this around this way. In fact, when he showed up at my home, Aiden said, Dad, this guy's dark. He's scary. This is a dangerous guy. You don't want him here.
Unbelievable. I do remember Tom mentioned one day, and I've told this story to other people, and they've said some pretty funny comments about it. But one day we were sitting in his kitchen at his island, and he's looking at my eyes, and he's like, "There's something about your eyes. Like, there's something about your eyes, Steve. There's something about your eyes. Like, I can't figure it out. There's something with your eyes." And I'm like, "What? You can't read me? I'm just stoic?" He said, "No, it's more like Sean Connery." I'm like, "All right, whatever. Like, what the fuck does it matter to me?" So is that where that came from? And I really, if Aiden was saying that I was dark and that he didn't like that I was there, Tom never communicated any of this to me while I was there. And this is the first time I'm hearing about any of his like unsettled feelings of like, "Oh no, Steve's a bad person."
Really irksome that they can turn this around this way. In fact, when he showed up at my home, Aiden said, Dad, this guy's dark. He's scary. This is a dangerous guy. You don't want him here.
Tom, you better be scared now, because you've taken the censor off of me. Like, now I'm here. Now I'm here, and I'm going to criticize, and whether it's constructive or not, like, you're going to learn. Like, this is the truth here. Everybody else is going to see this, by the way, Tom. So I don't know why you're doing this. You're just making yourself look like a fool.
See if you can get rid of him. He's not a good guy. I can tell. Aiden's really...
So his son said, "See if you can get rid of him." Him being me? See if you can get rid of him. What? Aiden was like not even talking to him while I was there. Like, he'd come home from school, head down, not looking, go straight up the stairs. And I'm telling the truth with this. Come on. The kid didn't want to talk. Like, Tom had me meet him and shake his hand. And then Tom tried to say, like, "Oh, it's just because everybody that's been here and has betrayed me, he just doesn't trust anybody." He said this. Tom said this to me, like, "Aiden's just uncomfortable with you because of the other bad people that have come through." How many people have you had come through your house trying to help you make the documentary and get your work out to people? Huh? And Zen makes a good point. How would a teenager like 17 go, "Oh, he's really dark. Can you get rid of him?" Who the fuck would say that? That's why I'm saying the Tom's line here.
We didn't accomplish anything. Well, that's your fault.
No, it's your fault.
In the morning waiting to do it. You're not.
Tom, I was up in the morning. You weren't. You were upstairs doing who knows what. I assume sleeping.
Doing it. It was really irksome that they can turn this around this way. In fact,
no. I showed up to Tom's with the plan to make the documentary, as he says so many times. And then he changed it when I got there.
When he showed up,
I had all my film equipment with me. I had everything. I had my lights, I had my cameras, I had my backdrops, I had my tripods, I had my microphones. I had everything ready to go to film a one-on-one interview in his house where he's sitting down with me and he's going through every article of physical evidence that he has. And he refused to do it.
At my home, Aiden said, Dad, this guy's dark. He's scary. This is a dangerous guy. You don't want him here.
Unbelievable.
See if you can get rid of him. He's not a good guy. I can tell. Aiden's really good at that.
So why did he Why did Tom continue talking to me from April, the moment that happened, apparently with his son, where his son is getting bad vibes about me, right? How come Tom would continue talking to me from that moment in April through October? Yeah, I had 4K. Sony A7 III. It's one of the best cameras on the market. And yet, oh, no. This is too much. Steve's going to get popular if this is successful, and I need to continue my grift with all of these hosts and just keep on rinse and repeat. Right? I was going to say rinse, wash, and repeat. I don't know. Yeah, of all the times that Tom has been like, thank you. Like, you know how many times he said that? An ass kisser from the front and an ass fucker in the back. Sorry for the language.
And he's right. I had other people telling me too, this guy's dark. There's something really bad about him. He's like a Bane. Even said that. And I didn't heed it.
Huh? He's talking about Bane?
I can tell. When he showed up at my home, Aiden said, Dad, this guy's dark. He's scary. This is a dangerous guy. You don't want him here. See if you can get rid of him. He's not a good guy. I can tell.
He's talking about me. Right now, he's talking about me. Aiden saying, I'm not a good guy. Yeah.
Aiden's really good at that.
Oh, yeah? I'll tell you something, Tom. Aiden got that one wrong big time. And I'm sure it's just a lie that you made up to try to cover up the foolishness that you've created of ending this whole investigation that we've been doing, trying to get the Hollywood cabal in fucking jail for all the shit that they've done. But no, don't worry about that, right? You got to continue your grift. You got to go to Florida and California and all these places, right?
And he's right.
And you got to go to UFO conferences. That has nothing to do with your script.
I had other people telling me too, this guy's dark. There's something really bad about him. He's like a Bane. Even said that.
I was born in it. Yes. All right, Steve, are we going to make the book now? No, we're going to crash this house.
And I didn't heed it. I was like, well, I'll give him a chance. I felt sorry for him. Because other people telling me too, this guy's dark. There's something really bad about him. He's like a Bane. Even said that.
I'm actually kind of... Oh, that's all. I'll take that as a compliment. I was born in the darkness. I haven't done that voice in a long time. Yeah. So which is it? Am I a clown or am I Bane? Or am I both?
And I didn't heed it. I was like, well, I'll give him a chance. I felt sorry for him, because he doesn't get views and things like this.
Did I just hear what I think I heard?
Something really bad about him. He's like a Bane. Even said that. And I didn't heed it. I was like, well, I'll give him a chance. I felt sorry for him, because he doesn't get views and things like this.
So he interviewed with me because he felt sorry for me. Because I don't get any views. You heard it here first, people. Well, actually, most of you here now are hearing it first, but really, whoever was on the Code Breaker channel, whatever, they heard it first. Whatever, 13 views. You see that on the bottom there? It's only 13 views. And then he's giving crap about me. So hold up here. I want to make this bigger just to show you. He's bitching about me and my channel. And look at this. Look at this. Hey, now I'm in the... Look, I can act like I'm in here with him. I'm not going to do that, though. But you see here... He's on this person's platform talking about how he did pity interviews with me, who has 3 times the amount that this host has. So she's even more pitiful. That's why he's on her show. Are you going to wake up, Veronica? Are you going to wake up, Tom? Both of you need to wake up to different things. Veronica, you need to wake up that Tom is not who he says he is. And then also you need to, Tom, you need to wake up to Penny. Because when she says, I love you, she doesn't mean it. People can say things and not mean it.
D-player backdoor thing. So it's really hard when you have...
I want to listen to that part one more time.
And I didn't heed it. I was like, well, I'll give him a...
Tom didn't need me. But he felt I needed him. And he felt sorry for me. So he came on my show.
Chance. I felt sorry for him, because he doesn't get any views and things like this. D-player backdoor thing.
I love how he's just constantly trying to degrade everything about me.
So it's really hard when you have somebody who's just vaping all the time and having you drive them to the vape stores and insisting you...
Did it 2 times in 2 weeks. 1 trip a week. I went through a bottle. I needed a new one. This is what you call high maintenance. When very simple things like I need to go to the store turns into this bullshit that Tom's spewing out right now. He ate me out of my home. My son was saying he had a demon in him. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
D-player backdoor thing. So it's really hard when you have somebody who's just vaping all the time and having you drive them to the vape stores and insisting you do. And
so he was saying he didn't need Aiden saying that I was dark. Okay, or whatever. So even to the day last year when I left, it's like, he still was looking at me with pity.
What have you accomplished? Nothing. And he's blamed you for not accomplishing anything.
Do you hear this? He's saying that I have accomplished nothing in life. That's beautiful right there.
Having you drive them to the vape stores and insisting you do. And
this dude didn't have a car. Okay? So let me frame this for you so you can understand it better, everybody. He had to ask permission to use his son's car that he bought for him. Like, he bought his son's car for his son to use. But he feels he needs to ask permission from his son to use his car. And he feels like he's doing a disservice to his son every time he needs to use it. Even though the car that the kid had previously, he wrecked it on the highway. Doing stupid shit with his friends. And this is something you won't hear from Tom. So Tom got his son a new car, a Mustang. And then Tom's driving around with it like he's having a midlife crisis. But at the same time, he doesn't want to like do these simple things. Like I needed to go to Walmart. I wanted to go look to find new product. No, we can go to Walmart to get the notebooks. We can go to Walmart to get the pencils. Okay. That's the only time I was able to go look. And I did find inventory that night that I went. Thank God. And then, like I said, the vape shop was the first place we went to after the Houston airport. He said he was 20 minutes from the airport. It was over an hour drive going back with a blown muffler in the back. I could hardly hear him talk. So 1 stop after the plane and 1 stop a week into staying with him to get a bottle like this. Okay, let's see what other bullshit he has yet to say.
Thing. So it's really hard when you have somebody who's just vaping all the time and having you drive him to the vape stores and insisting you do. And what have you accomplished? Nothing. And he's blamed you for not accomplishing anything when he's the one that's not doing it. It just goes on and on and on. So I was quite surprised when I thought, well,
Zen, thank you for that kind comment. You've made a few already. I appreciate that.
he's blamed you for not accomplishing anything when he's the one that's not doing it. It just goes on and on.
Hey, Jay. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this. We got 6.5 minutes through this utter nonsense. But we're correcting the record. And this is permanent. This is staying out there for all the time.
Insisting you do, and what have you accomplished? Nothing. And he's blamed you for not accomplishing anything when he's the one that's not doing it. It just goes on and on and on.
So he claims that he's tried multiple times to make his documentary, and they've all been compromised and whatever else, and blah, blah, fucking blah. So what place is he in to go around talking trash like he is here on a show that has a third of the people that I have? And he's going there saying that he did my show because he felt pity for me. But this person has less people than I do. And then he's going on this show saying that, like, I'm blaming him for all of my lack of accomplishments. What the fuck, man? You're the one that invited me to your house to make a documentary, and then he said no. And then you're going around all saying about, you're making a documentary, you're making the documentary, you're making the documentary. You're not making shit, man.
Quite surprised when I thought, well, we'll just let him be, and hopefully.
That's what I said. I said, we'll let Tom be. We'll see. And look what he's doing now. Apparently, the memory of his 2 dead sons and his stolen script is now less important than me. Now I take priority over all that. Right?
We'll just go our separate ways. That was after we were scheduled for a program. I sent you the email.
Yeah. So he claims I never followed up with him on that email. We showed it all here. It's all in part 23 of the interviews. I replied to him. He claims I never got back to him. The same thing that Penny did about Brenda. Oh, I never talked to Brenda. And then Susie shows the screenshots of Brenda's texts that Brenda sent Susie and is like, okay, Penny, then what's this? And then Penny's like, no, you don't believe me. Screaming so much that Susie had to walk out of the house because she didn't want to deal with the bullshit. And Tom doesn't want to hear any of this because they're both narcissists. Penny and Tom are 2 peas in a pod. They deserve each other.
And the email was, 11 o'clock time slot. Now,
this was the 3rd attempt to get him on the show in the month of October of 24.
When you do shows, as we do too, you check in with each other.
Yeah. We scheduled the show, and then he, on the day of, said that his son Aiden brought his girlfriend back from college and that they wanted to spend time all together. I said, fine, that's perfect. Go do your stuff with your son. I have never told him, fuck that, do this shit with me. I've never said that. So I just assumed we went to the next week. And on Wednesday or Thursday, I called him to follow up, to see if we're doing a show Saturday. And he's like, oh, I didn't know. You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me. Dude, just chill the fuck out. He wants to escalate everything because he's a narcissist. I said, don't worry about it. This Saturday, you made plans. Fine. I assumed just because of our past relationship, the way everything works, that the next weekend was the planned date. So we didn't plan that, and it didn't happen. So the next week after that, I told him, let's do the following weekend. And that was the day that he ended up doing all the bullshit. So what am I to do? The night before, I checked on him like he asks here. The night before the show, are we still on? You good? Like, we don't have any conflicts. No, we're good to go. He did the hang loose sign. Like, he's just chilling. But really, he's probably saying like, oh God, Steve's call. How am I going to get out of this one? Like, I don't know what to tell you, man, because you're not going to take any advice I give you.
We were scheduled for a program. I sent you the email. And the email was, 11 o'clock time slot. Now, when you do shows, as we do too, you check in with each other. It's like, okay, we're ready to go. We'll be ready at time.
Yeah. The night before, I checked up to make sure we were still on. You said yes. And then at 7 a.m., I scheduled the show. Zoom sent out the emails. You should have got it. If you didn't, that was the issue. And I'm sitting here at 11 waiting for you to enter the Zoom chat, and you never show. And so I'm like, oh, shit. I guess I should check my phone to see what's going on. I go and I have to pull the curtain back, yeah? I have to go back and get my phone because I put my phone away from my show, so I'm not distracted. I have my phone here now, but, that's neither here nor there. So he texts at 10:55, are we still on? Have a good show. Like he never planned to be on it anyway. And then at 11 on the dot, he's like, I'm here, waiting for the show. And then 11:05, I'm moving on to other things. Like that was his fucking mood. Like over the course of 10 minutes. Are we still on? Oh, I'm waiting. Fuck this. I'm gone. Bye. Bye. And he never said what he had to do, what the other things were. It doesn't fucking matter. But like, to me, it just sounds like bullshit. Like he just didn't have anything else to do. Like all he had to do was interview with me. That's all he had planned. And then he gets all bent out of shape over this 5-minute window. And then he's like, oh, fuck the whole show. Even though 4 hours we go sometimes. So just fuck it. No, that's 5 minutes later. Oh, Steve can't keep time. No, I'm here, man. I'm here. I was here the day we were supposed to do the interview, and I'm here again today. That's why I say there's a lot more going on in this than we all realize. But for the context here, I was trying to get Tom's story out to everybody. And I even offered to do the documentary. I flew out to his house, stayed with him for 2 weeks, and then he stopped all documentary work. Like, he didn't want anything to do with the documentary. He's like, no. We need to do a book. Dude, what are you doing?
Said, we do that. We did that today. In this case, it was odd. There was no word that day. It was like 11.
I texted him at 8 p.m. Hold on a second. I might still have the text. Hey, Norma, I see you there. Yeah, Tom doesn't want to hear the truth about Penny. All right, let's see where he's at. October 26th. All right. See that there? It says Tom A. Now, if I can get this to... There we go. Saturday. Look at this. Look at this. I didn't even realize... Like, this is even more damning evidence with him. Hold on. What day is this one from? Friday, October 11th. We're just going to go through this here, just so you see how much of a hypocrite this asshole is. Ah, man, I had it focused and now it's just not doing it. Friday, October 11th. Afternoon. I just posted a clip to TikTok. That is so cool. Huge things opening for us now. That's Tom saying that. And I said, they hit my TikTok. pulled that last clip on me for violating community guidelines. He said, wow. He said, I'm wondering if it was the thumbnail. I have to re-edit just to be sure. It's time to end the satanic New World Order. So I think I was quoting Tom from a clip that I posted to TikTok where he said the satanic New World Order. And he's asking me about some podcast. Saying I reposted the banned clip. Then I asked him, there's the first interview for October on the 12th. The 11th, the night before, I asked, still good for 11 tomorrow? So just to further blow him out of here.
Email. And the email was, 11 o'clock time slot. Now, when you do shows separate ways, that was after we were scheduled for a program. I sent you the email. And the email was, 11 o'clock time slot. Now, when you do shows, as we do too, you check in with each other. It's like, okay, we're ready to go. We'll be ready at time. I'm set. We do that. We did that today.
And so do we, Tom. Or we did. Still good for 11 tomorrow, 11:15 p.m. An hour and a half later. Again, doesn't bother me that you took long, but you said yes. But then at 10:10, 50 minutes before the show, hey, Steven, can we postpone today's show? Aiden is here back from college, and I'm meeting his girlfriend for the first time. Okay. Please try to let me know sooner. I had everything set up to go. Yeah, because it's 10:33, and we had 11 o'clock show, and he's telling me he can't do it anymore. So that was kind of shitty on his part. Like, he should have known his son was there. Right? Like, and then he even acknowledged that he was like letting me know too late. Absolutely. Did not know she was coming over. He has to be my priority. But thank you, Steven. And look what I said. I completely understand. Enjoy your day, brother. And then he loved that comment. So he said, let's postpone today's show for the 12th, right? So he said, let's postpone. And then I'm showing him some like praise he got on a comment on my YouTube channel. Then October 19th, Saturday, he texts me in the morning. He's like, oh, thank you for sharing that with me, and sent hearts. And I think I called him before the 19th, I called him, and that's when he was like, no, I have other things going on. So that day we were able to still text even though he was busy. Friday, October 26th, 7:12. I say, tomorrow at 11 a.m., just checking in with you. We're still on. 9:52, he says, we are on. That's exactly what he was talking about in this clip. That we check up on each other. When we're hosting a guest, we check up on each other. Yes, this is exactly what we were doing. He's trying to say here in this video next to me that I wasn't doing any of this. Saturday, October 26th, 10:55. He's like ready for the link. The first text I saw from him on this phone was that one. Okay, I am moving on to other tasks. We can reschedule if you like. Have a great day. And then the cool sunglasses I don't know what he's trying to do. And then this I showed on part 23. Ready for the link? Have a great show. 11. Are we still on for today? It's okay if something came up for you. I will use the time for sure. And that's the thing where he's like being passive aggressive. He thinks I'm wasting his time. And that's why he's saying he will use the time. And then at 11:05, he didn't even give me 5 minutes. He's like, okay, I'm moving on to other tasks. Can we reschedule it? We can reschedule if you like. Have a great day. And look at this. I got back to him a minute later. Yes, we are still on. I emailed you link at 7 a.m. Let me resend. I resent it to him. He never opened it. And then I asked, you left after 5 minutes? All right, I guess we'll reschedule. My subs were looking forward to hearing from you. Not sure what's going on. Have a good weekend, brother. And he said, it's all good. I had no word from you. I was all set up. Communicated, ready to go before start time, and with no replies. Yes, I went on to other things. I cannot believe you. You see, he just goes into this he just sets himself off. That's all he does.
In this case, it was odd. There was no word that day. It was like 11 a.m. is going to roll around. I'm sending messages on text saying, okay, I'm ready to go.
5 minutes
in the studio. I get
5 minutes before showtime. Tom, be a little more accurate with what you're saying. Yeah. All right, let's read these comments here. Norma says, Steve, as I said before, when Tom went on Roseanne's podcast, it was crystal clear he acted as if he reached a higher status, kissing Roseanne's ass. And I absolutely agree, Norma, even though I haven't even watched that whole thing. I watched like the first 6 minutes of it, and I'm like, what did Tom do with his hair? That was the first question I had. Like, I don't know what he's doing. And then Jay says, if he is lying about this, he's probably lying throughout your 22 interviews. And you know what, Jay? You're probably right. And that's why I say there's truth in everything. Because most of those interviews are probably lies from him. But there's some truth in there. Where's the truth? I don't know. We have to reconfirm everything, right? To reconfirm the truth.
on the link, ready to go, in the studio. 8 minutes go by of no contact on my phone calls, my messages.
So then he takes 2 minutes to write a wall text?
My emails. Now that's alarming. That just doesn't happen. It's very unprofessional.
Oh, you got me. Oh. Imagine if you were name called by other people and you just accepted that name. Be really fucking shitty life. So, got this here. Got this microphone here. Get this little camera right here. I guess, suit's a few years old. Yeah, I guess it's unprofessional, right? I don't know what is going through this guy's head. He's a clout chaser for sure. And a narcissist. You know what? Yeah, I'm calling names too, but these are definitions of longer explanations. So you go look up the word narcissist, and it'll explain what Tom's doing here right now.
8 minutes go by of no contact on my phone calls.
He cut me off over you saw it in the text. 10-minute window. He's saying 8 minute. He's cutting it down more and more. So, like, soon it's going to be like, he made me wait 3 minutes. I had to wait 3 minutes for this fucker to show up. Like, you know, Walmart doesn't open their doors at 6 a.m. every day. Sometimes they wait. Sometimes they don't do it at all until like 6:30. And you have to go through the exit because they don't do their job because they're not professional. So, and other times, it just happens. They forget. In this case, I didn't forget. I had the Zoom meeting set up, and that, I assumed, sent an email automatically to the guests that I had tagged on the show. I include your email, and it sends it out to your email. That was my assumption. So at 11:55, I'm here with this, with the lights. I'm sitting here waiting. I have my headphones on, so like my phone's behind the curtain on the other desk. How am I supposed to even know that you're trying to contact me? I had nothing, like, until 11:55. I would assume like 10:30, 11:30, he'd be like, hey, I didn't get an email yet. I would have saw the text today. I would have sent him a link for the Zoom meeting. It's just so foolish. Like, he was just trying to find something to cut me off about. Jay, we are going to really see how much his script matches up to the Matrix and the Matrix trilogy, since that's what we're talking about here. All of these matchups, it all goes out the window when you can't match up page by page. And you could stretch it like pretty far. You could say that like this line was lifted, these characters were like reconstructed and turned into the, like, he says this about the whole thing, but like all of his characters don't have any relation names to any of the characters in the Matrix. They're all different names. He has the architect in there, but come on, man. I'm talking about architects in my Chicago film industry series. We're talking about Burnham. We're talking about this. Now we're not talking about fictional characters in a movie. And then you bring up architect. I'm saying this because, like, the architect before Matrix Reloaded was a generic name, just like The Man. When I wrote the short film The Man, I had no title for it. I started the characters off. I didn't have a name for the characters. I named the guy The Man. I eventually gave him the name Randy. And then, almost out of spite to my directing teacher, I just named it The Man. I have a short film called The Man, and it's about a father rescuing his son from a drug house that his ex-wife is involved with and not knowing about with his best friend. His best friend's a drug dealer. He comes in and all. Okay, anyways, I got way off track there. The Man, the architect, the banker. Could have a character called the banker, and Tom will be here 20 years later saying that he wrote it first, right?
My messages, my emails. Now that's alarming. That just doesn't happen. It's very unprofessional. So I was like, okay, after 8 minutes, I'm like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and move on to other things. I can do that. Don't worry about it. We can reschedule. That's what you do. That's a professional way.
No. What he did, the way he responded to me was very like corporate bullshit policy type of stuff.
Nothing. So I went and struck my...
Yeah, Jay. We're gonna really... We have to. We're gonna see what's true and what's not. That's it. That's just it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I held off so long. Like, I've been sitting on stuff for over a year now. It's been 2.5. No, it's been 3 years since I started interviewing this guy. You know the amount of material I have on him? All the physical notes I have? All the photographs I have from all the stuff he wanted me to document at his house? All the notes we took, I took photographs of those. Like,
lights, got off, he wasn't no showing his own link, went and did something else, and I get an email at 11:08 that says, here's the link. No explanation, no apology, nothing. I've already set up.
So, it was brevity to accelerate you getting onto the show with me live. Here's the link. It's very straightforward, dude. I don't know why you're looking into this like ass backwards.
I moved on. And then what I get is a call. And the call...
Yeah, that you didn't answer.
Call was, you let my live audience down. You didn't, you go, you know, I'm just like...
I left him a voicemail saying, hey, man, we can reschedule. But I told my YouTube channel that you were coming on here today. And that we've told them before that you're coming on here. So it's starting to become a pattern, basically. I don't know, man. I don't know what, like, no one's good enough for him.
I moved on. And then what I get is a call. And the call was, you let my live audience down. You didn't, you ghost, this like, you have a live program, you're not there for 8 minutes, I'm sitting there by myself, and there's no one showing, and there's no message returns.
Yeah. I'm here at 11 waiting for you to show up in the Zoom chat so that we can go live. And we're not live because you're not on. Because every show we're on, you go and look at all 22 interviews, and it's always the two of us at the very beginning. It's never just me. Yeah, hey, we're doing this whole expose. This Let's Talk is going to be the whole damn thing, plus whatever extra stuff I do later on. So this video will go into the lexicon of the interviews. The playlist, this is going to the bottom. This is going to the most recent one. So everyone who goes and looks at them, that playlist with Tom gets over 300 hits a month. Doesn't even faze him. To this day, it still gets 300 hits a month. That's just people clicking on the playlist. So imagine what another 300 people will do when they see this interview and they've been following you for how long? You're not smart, Tom. You may want to tell yourself you're smart, but you're a very foolish individual.
You certainly let people know if you're not going to be a no-show. You let people know if you're running late or why. That's what you do.
He is so caught up over this one principle that he has about time. But the first interview I did with him, I had to wait over an hour for him to show up, only for him to come back and say, the Secret Service must have fucked up my internet or something.
But there was this arrogance that was surfacing before that, and I knew something would be weird. Because it was just like he was treating me like I was dirt. Here I'm a guy that wrote The Matrix being treated like dirt. And it's like this guy suddenly felt this major ego where he...
Wow. So his ego was bruised because he felt I was taking advantage of his time and that he only waited 10 minutes and only 5 minutes past going live or scheduled to go live. And he writes everything off. He thinks I'm treating him like shit. What the fuck? What the fuck, Tom?
He was suddenly so powerful or something. And
I'm a very powerful individual, Tom, and you may never know the full extent of my power.
because it was just like he was treating me like I was dirt,
That's your reflection of yourself, Tom. You think you are dirt. No one else has said that. Only you.
Here I'm the guy that wrote The Matrix being treated like dirt.
You did not write The Matrix. Stop telling people you wrote The Matrix. You did not write The Matrix. Your script doesn't have the word Matrix in it at all.
And it's like this guy suddenly felt this major ego where he was suddenly so powerful or something.
Again, Tom, I have more power than you can imagine. That's coming from ethereal spirit energy.
And it was really bad. It was like Bane wanting to have the,
Yes, I was born in the darkness. It makes me think that you haven't been through all this trauma that you claim to have been either, Tom. And there's this whole thing of we need to believe all of these survivors that come forward with stories. But this guy has been caught here on this stream today lying about me. So what else is he lying about?
in power. So then he turns it around and says, I ghosted him. I'm sorry. But
Yes, you did. I never heard another thing from you. My responses are up on part 23. Everyone can see that I replied to you, dude. Oh, Jay coming in with the $10 super chat. Oh, we're definitely talking about it now, boy. Tom, you see, I have support here. I didn't doubt it. But the fact that you're going on to other people's show, you don't even have your own show. You don't even have your own YouTube channel, dude. I was going to try to help you set all that shit up. You didn't want it.
Email shows it on the timestamp. And where's the word for why you were late or what you're doing or what the cause is?
Doesn't fucking matter. I was here waiting for you. It was a miscommunication, apparently. I thought an email went out. It didn't. So I got it to you. But I did it quick because we're supposed to be live. Spend 10 minutes properly writing an email. Like, come on, dude. This isn't corporate. You called me your brother. You treat your brother like this? He didn't say good morning to me. What the fuck, man?
Where's even if you're hurt or what's going on, or do I need to wait a couple more minutes? Nothing. Just here's the link. That's indicative of the arrogance this man expresses. And I'm glad to be rid of him, but I want him to stop talking to hosts and using...
Oh, hey, guess what, Tom? I haven't really talked to any hosts about you, but I might now. I might go check out, see if Emma has anything to say about their time together doing interviews.
Nothing. Just here's the link. That's indicative of the arrogance this man expresses.
No, Tom. It's just brevity to accelerate you getting onto the show sooner.
I'm sorry, but the email shows it on the timestamp. And where's the word for why you were late or what you're doing or what the cause is? Where's the...
I'm going over a few things. We're thoroughly breaking this down because he's talking about me here in this 17-minute interview, which I guess it cuts off at the end for some reason or another. He's talking about unprofessionalism, yet he does this stuff where he's saying he feels pity for Mr. 2000 subscriber here, and he's on the 700 subscriber channel saying how he had pity for me, so that's why he went onto my channel. So what does that say about their channel? They have less subs than me, so he feels even more pity for them, right? I mean, that's the logical thought process here.
If you're hurt or...
He does not care one bit about Veronica here. He's just happy to be live. He just wants people to see his face and hear his endless rants and breaking down of other people's characters for no reason and without people being there. Like, I could have been there that day, but Veronica called me off from going on. You understand that? She didn't want me there defending myself. She didn't want this to be her most successful video, because I'm sure it would have been either it would have gone viral and blown up, or she would have just eventually deleted it because she would have gotten a few bullies that are saying, like, take this down. Probably like Penny on her 15 fucking social media accounts going like, you should take this down. Steve is a bad person. Tom doesn't deserve this.
What's going on? Or do I need to wait a couple more minutes? Nothing. Just here's the link.
Yeah. It's called being straightforward and to the point. And this lets me know that you do not have any male friends your age.
That's indicative of the arrogance this man expresses. And I'm glad to be rid of him, but I want him to stop.
You hear that? He's glad to be rid of me, but he wants me to stop talking to hosts. That's an interesting conundrum, isn't it?
Talking to hosts and using the very tactic I said was the most hurtful.
No. You see, Tom? You ghosted me. I was here for my live for you. You decided you had other things to do. That's not on me. Your schedule gets filled up with other shit that takes more priority over this. Not my problem. I have this show. I have my 3 other shows. I'm probably going to have another 3 shows. And all at the same time, too. We're going to have 7 shows a week. Like, fuck it. Like, I want to get content out to people. We're learning things here. We're doing stuff. No, I haven't had any other I want to get hosts on this channel that have interviewed Tom and have been cut off. And we go and it's like a fucking AA meeting. TAA meeting. Tom Althouse Anonymous.
And that's what really gets me too. But the poisoning, he had gone after Penny Shepard, good friend of mine.
Penny poisoned Brenda. Brenda ended up in the hospital and almost died.
And said that, now she says that she poisoned people. Wanted me to get on the air and talk.
So why would he say at the beginning of this, within the past 10 minutes, that I said he was trying to poison me with his food? And now he's saying the correct thing. You see how jumbled his thoughts are? He cannot coherently string together his case, which is why he lost in court.
Hurtful. And that's what really gets me too. But
I don't say anything to be hurtful. I'm very blunt with what I say. So if you're feeling hurt by what I say, again, that's on you, and that's your past experiences with other people that you're projecting onto me. When I say things, I mean it. And I also joke around like half the time, too.
Get rid of him, but I want him to stop talking to hosts and using the very tactic I said was the most hurtful. And that's what really gets me too. But the poisoning, he had gone after Penny Shepard, good friend of mine, and said that, now she says that she poisoned people. Wanted me to get on the air and talk bad about her. I said I won't do it.
I didn't say that. Okay, I didn't ask him to come on the air to talk about her. Okay, but that last interview where he did come on, I tried to talk about her. And he didn't want to go further with it, so I just moved on to another topic. You could look for it in the interview somewhere. I subheaded that interview, Narcissists and Giant Egos, and look what he's doing now. I called out Penny for being a narcissist with a giant ego, and now he's showing his narcissism and his giant ego. Clout chaser.
He got after my girl that did the websites, Jen Marie, and just chewed her out online publicly.
Oh, yeah. So this Jen, she made a very misandry comment on Twitter. Misandry is the hate of men. So I decided to reply to her and be like, excuse me, you're calling these people that treated you badly men? And then you're blanketing them, you're blanketing the entire male population as this, what do you call it? Whatever experience you had with these men that treated you poorly. Now you're just projecting that onto the entire male race. That's misandry. The hatred of men. So I challenged her and she got super fucking pissed about it. And I think she eventually deleted it. I don't know if I took screenshots. Yeah, Penny poisoned Brenda. And I told that to Tom. And Tom doesn't want to believe it. Look, he repeated what I told him here. But he's saying here too, I can't accept it. That's how he is. He just doesn't want to accept it.
And she didn't do anything wrong.
Dude, you're going to hear about a lot of shit she did wrong in the next video I'm going to show after this.
Misunderstood what she was talking about and choose her out. That didn't go over well.
Guess what, dude? Because you did not do your homework, you are sounding very foolish right now.
Me too. But the poisoning, he had gone after Penny Shepard, good friend of mine, and said that, now she says that she poisoned people. Wanted me to get on the air and talk bad about her. I said I won't do it. He got after my girl that did the websites, Jen Marie.
Jen was also the one that he started talking to on the phone upstairs instead of working with me in his house. Oh, she's going to do the website. She's going to do this and that. Blah, 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 blah. Like, hey, man. Like, what's going on here? Like, you scheduled me to be here. Like, I have 2 weeks here. And now, like, you're taking on other projects when, like, this should be the project for you to work. Like, your whole priority should have been making the documentary with me. But no, you gotta do other shit, right?
Just chewed her out online publicly, and she didn't do anything wrong.
She was hating on men, and I corrected her.
Understood what she was talking about, and choose her out.
And Tom's never going to understand or grasp this concept. He'll never grasp it. Like, this is a whole other echelon of, like, mentality, psychology. Like, he's not there. He's not there. It's day and night.
That didn't go over well. So that's part of the reason I was ready to.
And we even talked about this, like, Twitter thing with Jen and I. And I told him, like, Jen's a Capricorn, I'm a Capricorn. So there's a whole thing where, like, Capricorns are very independent and they butt heads with other Capricorns most of the time. So I chalked it up to that. I chalked it up to Jen being a Capricorn, I'm a Capricorn. We're both very powerful individuals, and so we don't take shit from anyone. And we will go into the trenches and fucking fight for other people that we don't even fucking care for back from. But that's just how it goes. So I assumed that was the issue with Jen, is that she wasn't going to back down, I wasn't going to back down, so just call it, just fuck it, whatever. He acted like he understood the explanation I gave him, that we're both Capricorns, we're going to butt heads. It's better if we just work independently for him without communicating to each other. And he agreed with it. He said it was fine.
Distance in the shed. And when he did the no-show ghosting, I'm like, that's fine. You know, we're done.
I didn't no-show and I didn't ghost you. Very petty.
You didn't. There's not even. You can't just chew me out and have no explanation.
Oh, I'm giving you I gave you an explanation on the day of when it happened, on October, 26th or something. And then I proceeded to do more. I went on Beyond the Box. I talked about this a little bit. I'll re-upload. Maybe I'll do a Let's Talk in a few weeks where I'm showing the footage of me appearing on Beyond the Box talking about this stuff. Because I did say some good stuff during those times.
And just send a link after I said I moved on to other things and had to strike my stuff. So I'm really, I'm like blown away in one way too.
All right, hold on.
And have no explanation. And just send a link after I said I moved on to other things and had to strike my stuff. So I'm really, I'm like blown away in one way too, because the screenplay, The Immortals, right here. In The Immortals,
here's his prop.
Main character.
There's his prop. Never reads it through in its entirety to everyone so they understand it. He's guarding it. But there's no point anymore now, Tom. Borrowed time at the conventions for sure.
Really, I'm like blown away in one way too, because the screenplay, The Immortals.
Notice Veronica has not said a single word.
Right here.
She's probably thinking, what the fuck did I get myself into? Look at her just sitting there in her spaceship.
Immortals.
If you're watching now, Veronica, I hope you know how foolish this was to bring Tom on to talk shit about me when you first scheduled this to be the three of us, and then you cut me out of the equation, and I can't even defend myself on air, and you don't even go for a half hour? Holy moly.
The main character is named Steven. So the main character is named Steven.
Huh?
Because the screenplay, The Immortals, right here. In The Immortals, the main character is named Steven.
The main character in The Immortals is named Steven, huh? Is it with a V or a PH? See, even I don't know. Oh, we'll know. We'll know soon enough. Don't worry about that.
So the Bane character is named Steven.
Why is there a Bane character in your fucking script, dude? Bane character. Get the fuck out of here. Bringing Nolan into this.
And that's prophetic. Because he fulfilled his part.
I fulfilled my destiny, Batman. What is he? Does he think he's Batman?
You know? So I do hope hosts won't respond to this guy, this Yissilmissil guy, whatever.
Or whatever. Ha!
That, you know, if he calls you, he's just trying to backdoor it in. And it's all lies. It's just complete all lies.
It's all lies. You hear that? That's a good one.
To this guy, this Yissilmissil guy, whatever, that, you know, if he calls you.
A year ago today, you were calling me your brother that you never had.
He's just, you know. So I do hope hosts won't respond to this.
So I do hope hosts won't respond to Steven, because I cannot have my image ruined, and I need to continue on these convention tours that I'm doing, and going to get these yachts with these little starlets, and talking to dignitaries, and spreading world peace, and getting my immortal script made. No, he's not doing any of that shit. But he might still try to go after the starlets. I mean, he tried to go after Emma, right?
Guy, this Yissilmissil guy, whatever, that, you know, if he calls you.
Oh, Tom's cooked. He's cooked after today. Let's talk about it is going to burn down civilizations that shouldn't be around.
He's just trying to backdoor it in, and it's all lies. It's just complete all lies.
You take it up the back door. How about that one? I never said that once until now. No, I don't even care. I don't even care. Even if he was, I don't even care. I care about his story of him being fucked over by Hollywood. That's the whole reason I contacted him. Because I wanted to find out what these Hollywood fucks did to him.
Steven. So the Bane character is named Steven, and that's prophetic.
I'll tell you this, Norma. I have photographs of every page. Oh, did I say that out loud? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Tom, you better start making smarter choices.
Because he fulfilled his part, you know? So I do hope hosts won't respond.
So he thinks I'm just done and I'm out of the equation now. That's so rich. It's like a cheesecake, like a chocolate cheesecake.
There's Nate Steven.
I was really thinking about like requesting a copy of this from the Copyright Office. I can do that still. Is it going to look like this with like the seal on it with the who knows? Who knows? He might have did that himself. We don't know. He might have did the whole thing himself for all we know. There's a lot of forgery out there. Oh, am I not supposed to ask that? Am I not supposed to talk about that? Get fucked.
So the Bane character is named Steven, and that's prophetic, because he fulfilled his part.
No, my part here, Tom, was to help you get your documentary made and to get your story out to as many people as possible. And instead, what you did is you signed me to write a book by the moment I got to your house to make the documentary. And then you turned that one book into 4 books over the 2 weeks I was there. You were trying to overwhelm me to make me give up so you could say I was the same as everybody else, that everybody abandons you and you never get shit done. This is the reason why you get only so far with your bullshit story, and then you have to go and start over again with new hosts, because if they go any farther with the old host, you'll find the cracks in the pavement of Tom Althouse.
You know? So I do hope hosts won't respond to this guy. This
guy over here, this pain in my ass. Get Steven Yissilmissil out of my life, damn it.
Missile guy, whatever. That, you know, if he calls you, he's just trying to backdoor it in, and it's all lies. It's just complete all lies. And
hey man, I see you got some clout. I have a small YouTube channel I'm trying to build. Can you please be on my channel? No. I got the email. I should probably look that up and show it on here soon at some point. But like my original I reached out to Tom. I saw him on some other unprofessional host YouTube channel or BitChute channel. He was giving his phone number away on these shows. He wanted people to call him. So of course he's probably gotten a bunch of anonymouses saying, "Hey fucktard, I think your story sucks. It's fake. Bye." Like he probably had a bunch of people doing that to him because he's given his phone number off on these shows like 3 years ago.
Garbage. Just like they did at CBN with Pat Robertson's group.
Huh?
So if he calls you, he's just trying to backdoor it in, and it's all lies. It's just complete all lies and garbage.
So he's saying that everything that I did here with him on my channel is all garbage too. That's what he's saying.
Just like they did at CBN with Pat Robertson's group. It's the same tactic. So I appreciate you having the courage, Veronica, to say, hey, this is happening.
I'm here now. I have the courage to say that this all happened to me, and it's because of you, Tom. You made these choices to cut me out. You got it? No, it's not a crash out. Hasn't happened yet. I'm not that pissed off yet.
Garbage. Just like they did at CBN with Pat Robertson's group. It's the same tactic. So I appreciate you having the courage, Veronica, to say, hey, this is happening. Because anonymouses, we called them anonymouses way back even. Steven's an anonymous.
No, I'm not.
I want you to
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Tom. I'm looking for my coffee here. I need some caffeine. All right. And we got 7 minutes left still. There's only a 17-minute video, and he has like 1,000 likes in the first 10 minutes.
So I appreciate you having the courage, Veronica, to say, hey, this is happening. Because anonymouses, we called them anonymouses way back even. Steven's an anonymous.
No, I'm not, dude. I have my name everywhere. I ran for mayor of Niles, Illinois. My people tried to say I'm a white supremacist Nazi. I'm Cuban. Get the fuck out of here. I've had people try to denigrate my character for most of my adult life. What you're doing here is nothing. This is a walk in the fucking park for me because I can just prove that you're lying this whole fucking time. It is so foolish what you're doing here.
He doesn't want you to contact the person. He wants you to have, through other friends and stuff like this, cut us off and talk us down. And
no. In the next video that I have to show, it's Susie talking about how Penny was cutting off all of Susie's friends so that she'd have nobody but Penny. That they'd only be together on that ranch and cut off from all other contact. They tried to do that with Brenda. Penny tried to cut Brenda out of Susie's life. Literally tried to fucking kill her. What are we doing? Like, we got the evidence here, man. The rat poison you can't prove because there's no test. There's no way to like physically prove with evidence that the rat poison was there unless there was an empty bottle with like her nail polish or some shit on it. I don't know. But the thing is, like, I take Brenda's word and Susie's word to heart because I know they're not lying. Because I've done my research on this. I talked to Susie, Brenda, I talked to Penny. Not about all their bullshit, but like I've talked to Penny enough where like, shit. It's like a family member almost. It's fucked up. This Penny is not a good person. And I'm not just randomly saying that. She got caught in a lie and left the property she was living on for free practically for 6.5 years. And she's like in her 60s. What is she doing? And she played in musician bands over here in Illinois. Like, how did I not run into her doing all that for 15 years? Yeah. Yeah, Norma. Norma says there's proof that the house Penny lived in was full of dead rats. That's true. Susie cleaned out that house. Susie has pictures of the dead rats and the poop. Has it all.
this guy left a body count of all kinds of people that are close to me that he was trashing.
What? A body count? How many? Who? Chantel, you said that she called you on the phone and screamed you out. Emma, you said she cut you off and that she's telling this other gray guy that she loves him. What, you jealous? What else? I don't know what else, man. What body count? I want to know.
Having the courage, Veronica, to say, hey, this is happening.
You have the courage, Veronica. You have the courage to let me have pity for you and come on your show.
Because anonymouses, we called them anonymouses way back even. Steven's an anonymous. He doesn't want you to contact the person. He wants you to have, through other friends and stuff like this, cut us off and talk us down. And
no, what he explained here is exactly what Penny is doing. So, again, a narcissist repackaging things either they're doing or other fellow narcissists are doing, and they're projecting it on other people.
This guy left a body count of all kinds of people that are close to me.
Name names, motherfucker!
That he was trashing.
This guy was notorious for naming names, and he has not named anyone else besides Penny and Jen for this body count of individuals that I tried to cut off from him. What the fuck? I've never done that.
Did have through other friends and stuff like this cut us off and talk us down, and this guy left a body count of all kinds of people that are close to me that he was trashing.
The body count of viewership that you are about to experience will be unfathomable to you, Tom. The views will drop away. Hosts will not want to have you anymore if you continue down this path. Just come clean and say you're lying about me, man. Because, like, I just already proved here that, like, you're just spewing out like someone put Mentos inside of a Coke bottle.
And that's got to stop. I won't stand for it. And this is the first time I found cut us off and talk us down. And this guy left a body count of all kinds of people that are close to me that he was trashing. And that's got to stop.
No, again, no names except for Jen and Penny. Penny being his handler. And Jen's probably also another handler in a sense. Like, she's very... Both of them are controlling, too. What the fuck?
I won't stand for it. And this is the first time I found out. It's been going on, since September? It's incredible that this has gone on behind my back that long.
Behind my back that long.
When I was letting him go, feeling sorry for him. The vaping problem, the lateness problem, the laziness problem.
Dude, I don't do drugs. I don't drink alcohol. It's fucking psycho.
Incredible that this has gone on behind my back that long.
Behind my back that long. See how that... He's starting to pick up the Texas slang there. He's from Pennsylvania. He shouldn't be talking like that.
When I was letting him go, feeling sorry for him. The vaping problem, the lateness problem, the laziness problem, he doesn't get work done. And when we're trying to do important work, he's just small talking. I'm like, this isn't good. I'm not feeding you to, do this. And then...
Can you believe what he just said? Yeah, Norma. Yeah, thank you for saying it. So Norma said Penny is 66, and I verified it. Norma also said Penny and Tom, I believe, are still under MK Ultra, even though they claim to be aware of it. Penny was on the CIA payroll, according to Susie. Okay, well, Tom is like, he has the ability to recognize the behavior of handlers, but he will not acknowledge the actual handlers in progress. You see, he always like he's talking about me. He's talking about me like it's after the fact. I'm still alive, fucker.
Problem, he doesn't get work done, and when we're trying to do important work, he's just small talking.
What a load of shit. What small talk? What small talk was interrupting our work? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Tom? Maybe if I look hard enough into this camera, I could see your stupid face.
I'm like, this isn't good. I'm not feeding you to, do this. And then to take all that food.
Sorry for the negative aura and vibe here right now. I'm beyond floored that he even did this. Yeah, Veronica hasn't said shit. She's sitting here like, oh my God, what the fuck did I do? You see that, Veronica? You should have never brought him on the show. He was gone the same amount of time that he's not talked to me. And then you reach out to him because I'm talking last week on this show about him. And then you just get all bent out of shape over it. You know what? You should have called off the whole thing, Veronica. But in a way, thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity to show how much of a fuckface liar this Tom Althouse character actually is. Because he will denigrate the very people that are trying to help him. And he will get rid of them. He acts like the very people he's trying to criticize. You know that? The peasants and the lords. All that bullshit. He thinks he's a lord. He views all of us as peasants. He deserves his $1 billion from Miramax. Like, what the fuck, man? Get the fuck out of here. It's probably what everybody's told him that's fucking come through his course of life.
And claim you're poisoned. So that's, which incidentally, since he came up with the idea, here's something.
Incidentally.
Do this. And then to take all that food and claim you're poisoned.
No, dude. Again, you're conflating the whole goddamn thing. I did not say ever that you tried to poison me. Your food was great, dude. And you actually said my food was great too, but then you were refusing it. Now I know that, like, you just think less of everyone else. You are the shit, right?
So that's, which incidentally, since he came up with the idea, here's something. He took my food one day after all this, being here a couple weeks, and just poured potatoes and eggs into a skillet and added all these red peppers and burnt it. It was burnt.
Fuck you. My dish that I make the most is omelet with a side of potatoes. And I put a lot of peppers in. Oh, I love my peppers. So, I make him my dishes. He doesn't want them anymore, that's fine. Hey, there's a little black on the eggs. Who the fuck cares? It's an omelet. It's not like it was black burnt to a crisp, dumb fuck.
Right. And so I ate this thing.
I'm just going to stay quiet because I feel like I can get really, really pissed off right now.
And eggs into a skillet and added all these red peppers and burnt it. It was burnt. Right. And so I ate this thing out of courtesy.
Guess what, Veronica? You publicized yet another lie from Tom Althouse.
I tried to eat it, but that's my food being wasted in bulk. It was like he's feeding an army. Just poured it on a skillet. And I got sick afterwards.
Oh, did you? You never linked that to me? You never thought about that before? I never did that. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. Norma says this is so petty. This is Tom doing all of this, not me. I just don't let this shit go. I'm not going to let somebody badmouth me and say lies about me. I'm going to stand up for myself. Sorry, narcissist. You don't like people standing up for themselves. You want them to submit. You won't get that here, asshole.
Right. And so I ate this thing out of...
You hear how he said, right. He loves talking to other women about this bullshit because he feels they're listening to him. I know for a fact that most guys are probably not even wanting to fucking talk to this dude now.
And eggs into a skillet and...
I was making... So the same food that he ate, I also ate, and I didn't get sick. I think that's a good thing to fucking point out.
He doesn't get work done. And when we're trying to do important work, he's just small talking. I'm like, this isn't good. I'm not feeding you to, do this. And then to take all that food and claim you're poisoned. So
I never claimed that, Tom. You are a liar.
That's, which incidentally, since he came up with the idea, here's something. He took my food one day after all this, being here a couple weeks, and just poured potatoes and eggs into a skillet and added all these red peppers and burnt it. It was burnt. Right.
Maybe burnt for you. I'll say that maybe it was a little toasty. But, I served you the same food I ate. And I was just fine.
And so I ate this thing out of courtesy. I tried to eat it, but that's my food being wasted in bulk. It was like he's feeding an army. Just poured it on a skillet.
I cook for reenacting armies, dude. I was cooking for 3 people, dude. Your son never ate that, dude.
And I got sick afterwards. What's interesting
I didn't. So maybe it's just your shitty immune system.
is he said about poisoning. I didn't.
Yeah. Penny poisoning Brenda. Not you poisoning me, you dipshit.
And the person that comes up with it usually is the person that's going to be thinking along those lines as retribution.
Tom, I have no ill will toward you. I think you're fucking petty. I think you've blown this way out of proportion. We could have been on part 30 talking about your bullshit. I'm glad we're not. How about that?
And they say that poisoning is a woman's weapon.
Yeah, and Penny used it on Brenda. How many red flags do you need, motherfucker?
It's not something I would do. You know, I mean, what was the poisoning? What's the elements?
You're so scatterbrained that you cannot differentiate me saying Penny Brenda Susie. Penny poisoned Brenda. Not you poisoned me. I never said you poisoned me. I said Penny poisoned Brenda because Brenda ended up in a hospital and believes she was poisoned. Her organs were engorged 3 times the size they should have been. They didn't know what to do with her there. She almost died at that hospital. She's still recovering from this a year later almost. And Penny is now gone from a house that it was just infested with rats. And not live. They're all dead rats. Black eggs in the fridge. I'm not making this shit up. This is observational shit. It's not like Tom talking about me with burnt eggs and shit. I'm sorry. Look, I didn't burn his eggs. Like, I ate the same thing he did. He's just making shit up.
Did you get a medical report? But they say that poisoning is a woman's weapon.
Rat poison, Tom, it's not traceable. There's no test you can do to see if you've been poisoned by rat poison. And Penny's claimed to have used it before. So how about that one? And she's also claimed to have assassinated, the president of Venezuela or something? If she was employed by the CIA, who the fuck says she didn't do it?
It's not something I would do. You know, I mean, what was the poisoning? What's the elements? Did you get
The element is you are refusing to acknowledge what I am saying about Penny, L.A. Shepard, and you are refusing to acknowledge what Brenda and Susie are saying. That's 3 first-hand accounts that you are completely throwing to the wayside because you want to believe in your own little box that the little girl that's 66 years old is telling you I love you every day is the one that's telling you the truth. Take the blinders off, you'll see that they're handling. You'll see the hands and arms all over you, man. If you just open your fucking eyes.
medical report? But I have a suspicion about his character that he would do a female approach. You know.
So now he's under the impression that I would be someone that would poison someone. Wake up, Tom. You're living in a dream world. Nothing you're talking about is real. Dipshit.
I kind of felt very awkward when he was at my house. Very
This is also the first time I'm hearing that he felt awkward.
awkward. But there was something more going on than a man working with a man. It was like, there was something definitely going on that was like a weird vibe of
Is he saying he was attracted to me?
eerie, gross. I did not want to associate with him.
That's very interesting. His sexy feeling towards men is ewy and gross.
Like, there was something definitely going on that was like a weird vibe of eerie, gross. I did not want to associate with him. Just like Aiden Edborn, too. There was something strange in his demeanor. Besides that, make any sense? Anyway, that's
Something strange in my demeanor. You know, I believe I'm candid here. Yeah, the guys are all freaking the fuck out in the chat and laughing. Yeah, this dude's a fucking... He called me a clown. And Bane. So am I Joker Bane? Let me show you a magic trick. Ta-da!
It's just like it's all twisted back. They'll take everything that's lies and twist it on you. Everything they did wrong, they blame you for, I guess, to distance themselves from.
I'm going to be laughing about this later, but like, we're correcting the record here because the amount of bullshit this guy's spewing right now. Yeah, we'll listen to that part one more time because that's the impression I'm getting. Like he was going to explain like he got this feeling when he was near me. Like he was attracted to me. And, no, ew. What the fuck?
Very awkward. But there was something more going on than a man working with a man. It was like, there was something definitely going on that was like a weird vibe of,
What, were you waiting for me to dominate you, Tom? Like that was never going to happen.
Very gross. I did not want to associate with him.
Were you waiting for me to make the first move, Tom? Oh.
It's like Aiden then more too. There was something strange.
Love is in the air, but not from me.
A weird vibe of eerie, gross. I did not want to
Well, I got one letter right.
associate with him. Just like Aiden then more too. There was something strange.
Yeah, he's probably like, why are you inviting this dude into your house, Dad? Are you dating him? Okay, so what? Am I not supposed to question these things? He's the one bringing up like there's something else going on. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Besides that, make any sense?
Do I look like a person that has an ulterior motive here? Shit.
Anyway, it's just like it's all twisted back. They'll take everything that's lies and twist it on you. Everything they did wrong, they blame you for.
That's the narcissist. The narcissist takes everything that they have done themselves and blame it on others. It was because of you. It was because of them. It was because of him. It was because of her. It was because of them. It was because of them. Norma says, Steve, you better hope Tom didn't have hidden cameras in the bathroom or bedroom you used. Tom is seriously sick. I checked, actually. Being a filmmaker, I look at the ceilings everywhere I'm at. And I also observe around. Because, like, you could see where some of these cameras are. Like, they have to be a certain size. So I look for the tiny cameras everywhere. I didn't see anything there. And that's actually, again, that's me giving Tom the benefit of the doubt. I'm actually saying something good about him, that he wasn't, like, secretly recording me. I just assume he wasn't. But you never know. He could have been. Guess we'll never know, because he'll never fucking talk to me, right?
I guess to distance themselves from it.
But he'll talk about me all fucking day on everyone else's shows.
Make any sense? Anyway, it's just like it's all twisted back. They'll take everything that's lies and twist it on you. Everything they...
That's the narcissist. So this is like very meta narcissism here. The narcissist is taking the definition of narcissism and he's throwing it onto a non-narcissist, me, and saying that I'm attributing those qualities to him. No. He is the one flipping shit. Okay?
Did wrong, they blame you for, I guess, to distance themselves from it.
And that's exactly what he's done. He's tried to distance himself completely from this situation. He doesn't want to believe that Penny has bad intentions.
But I'm blown away that Steven is the name of Bane in the actual novels.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Man, now you're making me want to read it more. I read the first 12 pages. It says nothing to do with the first Matrix. The first 12 pages have nothing to do with it. It's in a fucking jungle, and they're trying to resurrect Jewish people out of pods. And there's a monkey in a fucking pillowcase. And there's eels in the fucking stream, a scene where, like, the eels go up the fucking urethra. Like, this is what's in his script in the first 12 pages. There's no interrogation room. That's not... I haven't gotten that far yet. I will break all of this stuff down. But the first 12 pages does not cover anything with, like, a character like Trinity running off on buildings, getting chased by the agents, or going into the phone booth and getting hit by a garbage truck. None of that shit's in the first 12 pages, I'm sorry to say.
And that came true. It's like the one thing that had to come true yet.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, he thinks that I was perfect in every way, so there must have been something wrong. And now he found something to pin wrong on me. And he's like, oh, of course, I knew it. Right? That's actually what's going on here.
Or I guess to distance themselves from it. But I'm blown away that Stephen is the name of Bane in the actual Immortals. And that came true. It's like the one thing that had to come true yet. So, absolutely blown away. I hope this guy gets some help and just stops leaving all these good people. Like, let him alone.
Leave him alone. Dude, what good people am I going after? Telling like, what am I doing? What proof do you have? I'm sorry, asshole.
Stop trying to make yourself important by contacting friends of friends and trying to do this. He's really good at playing.
No, I'm going to stop him right there again. So when I was at his house, I said this before. There was a night where he was doing yet another Penny show in the evening, right? So he gets all fucking tired after the shows. He doesn't want to do shit. And then he complains that I don't get shit done. So he's doing all the Penny shows. And one show that he did, there was a guy on there talking about there was like an innocent truck driver that was making him a delivery and he got all shot up by the fucking government, right? So he fucking leaves the show. And then he goes and he starts like breaking down on me like, I can't do this. I can't be on that show. I had to leave. He was talking about happily killing others. I'm like, what? That's gross. Like, I'm not going to be like, no, killing's cool, Tom. What, you think I'm going to say that? So, of course, like, his perspective is that. So I'm like, okay, well, I don't agree with killing people, so, and I don't agree with people being happy killing people, so what do you want me to do? So you can take my spot on the show. Guess what show it was? Beyond the Box. And actually, I have the episode where I did that. And we could actually probably watch through that just for posterity. You know? Reason being, I'm saying this, he's talking about contacting friends of friends. He put me in contact with Brenda. Because Penny was on her, she was co-hosting the show. And then Susie's also part of that show. So the three of them, Penny, Brenda, and Susie, I met like together through that show in a way. But like I met Penny first prior to that, well, many months prior. I had no idea who Brenda and Susie were. He's trying to look like Keanu Reeves. The Mr. Anderson. Yeah. All right, let's continue. I can't believe that it's taken us 2.5 hours to get through 13 minutes of video. But I have to address this. I can't let this go by the way. So imagine if I didn't do a live for part 23 documenting the texts he sent, the texts I sent, the emails he sent, and the emails that I sent. If I didn't record all of that, then he's out here saying I didn't reply to any of it. I just showed you on here earlier in the stream. I showed you all the texts. I didn't even get to the emails yet, but that enough was alone. He's saying that I wasn't contacting him prior to the show to make sure it was still on. I did that all that month, that whole month. And that's not even counting the other months.
Like, let him alone. And stop trying to make yourself important by...
Oh my gosh. I honestly, I have to listen to this in bits and pieces because it's... The amount of bullshit that's coming out from this is unreal.
Absolutely blown away. I hope this guy gets some help.
I'm also blown away. I also hope you get some help.
And just stops leaving all these...
Oh, actually, no. You've gotten plenty of help, but you've turned it all away, you moron.
These good people, like, let him alone. And stop trying to make yourself important by contacting friends of friends and trying to do this. He's really good at playing the victim.
Is that right? The professional victim, the perpetual professional victim, is claiming that I'm good at playing a victim. That only tells me that the narcissist knows he's wrong and he's feeling guilty, and so he's just dumping it off onto me. That's what's happening here.
Very good. And stop trying to make yourself important by...
There were certain things that I said. So there was a day where I was talking with him in his house, and he said it's the certain way that you say certain things that are like daggers. And I'm like, what do you mean? And I think he just generally went on to say, like, I'm like very blunt with what I don't have a filter. Sorry, I'm not going to put a filter on. I already had to like tiptoe around topics because like don't need you having a meltdown, having a flashback. So like, what the fuck else am I supposed to do? You are the perpetual professional victim because you want to be in the same state of not getting your movie made, always being a victim of Hollywood having used your script up until this day, but you still like still have no solid proof that they're even using it.
Contacting friends of friends and trying to do this. He's really good at playing the victim.
Almost wanted to say, it sounded like he was saying I was whining.
Very good. And he's also good at instigating others to get in battle, like he did that with me. I'm supposed to take
charge
on these other people. I'm supposed to think they're bad. He gave me...
So are you saying that I'm a leader, Tom? Because I am a leader.
all these pictures and stuff saying they're bad, you need to talk them down. I don't need that negativity or that low vibration.
I don't need that negativity or low vibration. Are you hearing this, motherfucker?
I'm supposed to take on these other people. I'm supposed to think they're bad. He gave me all these...
Yeah, Penny's bad. Penny tried to kill someone I know. Penny left the property of someone she was living on for nothing for 6.5 years because she was caught in a lie. That just tells me that there were more lies to unravel that she didn't want unraveling, and that's why she fled Susie's property and is now living in Georgia and pretending like nothing ever happened. And so like she got kicked out. No, she left on her own accord because she got caught in the lie. And Tom's probably going to move to fucking Mexico after this just because he's not going to be able to show his fucking face anywhere.
Pictures and stuff saying they're bad, you need to talk them down.
Yeah. I didn't ask you to come on the show and talk bad about Penny. At least I don't think I did. But I did try to bring her up. You just didn't want to talk about it. Because you want to keep that whatever reality bubble you have in your head about her.
I don't need that negativity or that low vibration. I don't need it.
That's like a cliche line. I don't need that type of negativity or vibration. Hey, Brenda, you are late to the party, but you are early because we have not gotten to your footage yet. We're still obliterating Tom's lies here.
So I hope people catch on and he can have his little side corner there, but don't use me to try to elevate yourself.
No, Tom. You offered out of pity to be on my channel. And my channel was already doing well with board meeting videos. It's still responsible for over 60% of my subscribers. But no, that's messed up. I'm very passionate about the film industry, and I studied The Matrix for nearly 20 years. So it just seemed natural to reach out to this guy 3 years ago. I didn't think he'd be pulling this type of shit 3 years later.
I don't need it.
Awesome, Brenda. All right. We're almost through this.
So I hope people catch on and he can have his little side corner there, but don't use me to try to elevate yourself, because I'm doing this for the kids. And
Oh, are you? No, Tom, you're doing this for yourself. You're doing this for yourself. What kids have you saved? You're not out there on the field.
the memory of my sons, he knows that very well. He knows very well what the evidence is here.
What the evidence of your two dead sons? The one article that's like very generic, and the other one where like he drowned in a military pool. I don't know what to believe anymore, dude. You didn't even have any pictures of the said dead sons in your house.
Side corner there, but don't use me to try to elevate yourself.
This, I can recognize from walking through the house that this is upstairs on the second floor, and you could see that there's nothing on any of the walls. He has no pictures whatsoever.
Because I'm doing this for the kids and the memory of my sons. He knows that very well. He knows it.
It's like he's living in a prop house. Because like you've seen his living room area. There's nothing there. Maybe he got a couch. I don't know.
Very well what the evidence is here. And it's no reason to take this and twist it for his own self-gain. That,
Again, Tom, what am I gaining from trashing you? I mean, other than making sure that more people don't fall into this time trap of watching you for hours on end online. Hopefully this prevents people from wasting their time with you. Because it sure feels... But you know what? I do like saying that, like, no time is wasted. Like, no time is wasted. But you learn things from time not spent efficiently.
that is a bane. That's the bane from the Matrix.
What
Very
is?
well what the evidence is here. And it's no reason to take this and twist it for his own self-gain. That is a bane. That's the bane from the Matrix.
Oh, the Bane from the Matrix. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Yeah, I totally forgot that Matrix Revolutions has a Bane character. Like, I totally fucking forgot. There is a scene in Matrix Revolutions where Bane is... So this Bane is without a mask. He's the one that got Smith written over his fucking body being jacked in the Matrix. So it's Smith living in the real world. That's what it is. And he's sitting in this room, like being interrogated. And off to the side, there's like a little... It looks like bat wings are drawn on the wall behind him. And I linked that to Dark Knight Rises, because they were drawing bat wings with chalk all over the city in that movie. And then here we have Matrix Revolutions, where there's a character called Bane, and there's bat wings drawn on the wall behind him. So I thought that was an interesting connection. I don't know. My mind is on Bane of the I was gonna say the Matrix of Batman. That's what I was comparing, and that's what I was making the voice jokes. Oh, crushing this house, yes. I mean, what am I don't know. You see how confusing this can all get? Especially if he doesn't, like, front load this with prologue or something.
Side corner there. But don't use me to...
Yeah, let's take a look at his doe eyes. He looks like he's ready to fucking kill. Talk about me. You're like... You're one cold meal away from, like, doing unforgivable things to other human beings. If you're this nitpicky about people that help you, like... I don't want to know what will set you off. It'll probably be some stupid thing like a water spot on a spoon, or like coffee grounds on the kitchen island table.
Try to elevate yourself, because I'm doing this for the kids and the memory of my sons. He knows that very well. He knows very well what the evidence is here. And it's no reason to take this and twist it for his own self-gain. That is a bane. That's the bane from the Matrix.
I gotta say, when I stopped this here at the last time, and he said Bane from the Matrix, I was thinking, like, this guy's lost his mind. But here, I'm just forgetting that there was a Bane character. Like, just whatever.
I think your audio's off.
Oh, did you call this So, again, he went on this poor girl's channel who has 773 subscribers. I have 2,043. He goes on to this channel and says that he did interviews with me because he felt pity for me and how low viewer counts I had, how little subscriptions I had. But he's going on a smaller channel to bitch about me. Make it make sense. Oh, I think we'll get this. I hope. Next 10 minutes, hopefully, we'll get this video done.
Is it still off?
Do you consider this professional, Tom? Her microphone not working?
Well, I'm glad I got to say it. If it recorded it, that's good. Okay, on the phone.
Now, when he's doing this, when he's speaking to her, saying it's okay, is he thinking...
I think your audio's off.
Is he thinking, this dumbass, look at, what am I wasting my time here for, this low life with no audio, look how stupid she is, why am I on this show with her? That's probably what he's thinking. And he has that that concerned look here. This is the one where he's like, I don't know what to fucking do. That awkward look. Oh, man. And you see, I'm just analyzing things here. I'm not doing anything to be mean. Like, knock that shit off. He's out here trying to group me into the same people as, like, Epstein and shit. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say I'm like the worst of the worst.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I got to say it. If it recorded it, that's good. Okay, on the phone.
Oh, and this might be why they left. So it was a professional interview, Tom. He went 17 minutes. And the hot... Oh, my God! Hey, host, your audio's off, but at least you look good. What's the word for that? What's the word for that? That's very demeaning of him. Oh, Norma, by the way, yeah, there's more to this whole thing. How this interview happened on Thursday without me, and I was invited first, by the way, and then she uninvited me, said don't fucking show up, basically. And so I didn't even get told by her. Like, I had to be told by somebody else. Like, whatever. But the co-host from the show, he ended up like, I don't even know. He didn't do anything wrong, all right? He didn't do anything wrong. People can talk to whoever they want to. You know, actually reaching out to people is a good thing. And people telling you not to talk to people is a bad thing. But if people have evidence of why you shouldn't talk to them, you should also consider that. And you're not. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, Norma. I was going to say, the co-host actually... sent me the text that Veronica wanted me to see, which was that Veronica talked on the phone with Tom and Penny on a 3-way phone call. So you got the handler there with Tom and Veronica, and they convince Veronica to drop me, and then they continue on with the show 2 days later, where he's bashing me, and then I'm nowhere to be found. It's not because I refuse to show up like he says about Sophia Stewart. Oh, I guess she didn't show up. Like, dude, I could have been there blasting you about all of this bullshit that you've been throwing at me just in this 17 minutes, this measly 17 minutes.
You look good.
How demeaning is that for him to say that to her?
Oh, okay.
Your audio
I'm glad I gotta
sucks.
say, if it recorded it, that's good. Okay, on the phone. Got it.
This is the professionalism
You
he
look
wants.
good.
At least you look good.
I'm glad we got that on record. That's good to have. So yeah, I can hear you.
Tom, I'm glad I got all this on record to show how much of a bullshit artist you really are.
Fine. Yeah. You look good.
That face he makes right before that. Hold on.
You look.
It's like you wanted to say, you dumb bitch. And then he's like, well, at least you look good. You're so unorganized, but at least you look good. You can't function your microphone. At least you look good.
Good. I'm glad we got that on record. That's good to have.
Hey, at least we talked. At least we talked. Hey.
So yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah. I mean, I can't hear you, but I can see you.
This is the professionalism he left me for.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And sorry, Veronica, you're like getting thrown under the bus in this, but you're to blame for even bringing him on here to talk about this shit. So you deserve getting chewed out for not having your microphone on. I've had the same issue. I've gone live. I've been muted. At least I've had my viewers tell me in comments that I'm muted, and I catch it 2 minutes in. It's not like it's a whole problem still 15 minutes into the show like we are here.
This is interrupted. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I knew this would have interruptions because this is something that is a first that has ever occurred where someone's actually stood up and said, I'm not going to buy into this anonymous tactics. Don't worry about it. We got this done. We got it on there. And what we can do is...
What does he mean by that? Tell me in the comments what you think he means by that.
Up and said, I'm not going to buy into this anonymous person. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I knew this would have interruptions because this is something that is a first.
Well, you think I'm interrupting?
First that has ever occurred where someone's actually stood up and said, I'm not going to buy into this anonymous tactics.
Is Tom saying that he is the first to stand up to anonymous bullying? Of which I did none of to him? Fucking idiot.
Don't worry about it. We got this done. We got it on there. And
we got it up. It's full of blatant lies, but at least we got it up online.
What we can do is...
That's what he's saying. He's saying, at least we got it up. I was able to spew all my bullshit and talk bad about Steve and say all these lies about him that's not true. And Tom can run his mouth all fucking day. We saw the truth here.
Schedule another time and we can go over it when we have audio. Someone's actually stood up.
This is how the show ends for her. This is the last 2 minutes of doom.
And said, I'm not going to buy this anonymous tactics.
Okay, I hear it double.
We got this done. Now I hear you. I hear you now. Schedule our time. Go over when we have audio. Someone's actually stood up.
Professional as all hell, Tom.
It's recording.
Yeah, it's reverting.
It's reverberating. It's repeating. Ha ha ha. Fucking fix it.
That's too funny. Well, this is like, yes, this is how they.
Oh my god, this is like so funny. Look at this. Like we're trying to like get rid of the cabal, and like I'm talking about my hosts that I used to go on to shows, and like I'm talking shit about them now. Like this is so cool. Fuck you, Tom.
Mess. But the thing is, we got it down. We said it, and that's good. And
We got it down and said it, so that's good. I'm just imitating him. I'm good at imitating. I think I'm in the film industry. I took classes on acting. I love doing imitations of people. Good morning. How are you today? I could do a bunch of different voices. Tom's the new one. It's that like gentle, like sleazy voice. It's like this. This is the same voice I use for describing. I'm sorry to say it, but it was a gay cripple pedophile that was working at the museum, and they got caught doing shit, taking money from businesses claiming to be from the village, and they were from the museum. So, yeah, this guy that always talked like this, and would always sound like he had some juicy thing to say. And imagine them talking to children like that, like, holy shit.
it also shows how important it is the other side that they would mess with it, because it's just like.
Let me go off here and let's try it again.
All right, but keep what you did. Keep what you did. This was good material. Keep what you did.
This is good material, man. This is so good. This is so good. I made up all these lies about Steve. This is so good. This is so good. Fuck you, Tom. All the way.
Something. Don't lose this, though, okay?
It's not lost now. It's up on the internet forever. And this will go up to Odyssey. Like, it's never going away. You've screwed yourself, Tom. And you did it being a stupid narcissist.
Go ahead and keep it. It shows how they monkey. I love it.
It shows how they monkey. I love it.
That's too funny.
It's too funny.
But we did. You heard me, right? Say it.
You heard me say it?
Did you hear me say it?
Did you hear me say it?
This is crazy.
Do you see how much of a train wreck this show is? Veronica, take time off. Like, you said you needed to heal, and then you're going up doing this bullshit 2 days later. Just take the fucking time off and take your health. Like, get it in order. And if you're doing it just to be into Super Soldier Conference with this asshole, then, like, you have your priorities way out of fucking whack. I already can see that they're way out of whack because it looks like you have done cosmetic surgery on yourself. You're a pretty girl. You didn't need to do all that.
That's high up.
I wonder if the audience can hear that it's being doubled.
I'm hearing it too. I'm hearing it too. Yes, it's good. Don't lose it. Keep it.
Keep it. Keep it. It's kept forever now, Tom. Yes. Donna Zebel says he wouldn't be able to remember anything he said about you, and that will expose even more lies. Yes. When the enemy's making a mistake, which he's made himself, well, he's made me, like, he's trying to say I'm his enemy now. But, like, when the enemy's making a mistake, you don't interrupt them. So I hope that since this interview, he's thought about or already done more interviews trying to tarnish me. He's taking his time that he says is so fucking precious, and he's using it to do this in memory of his 2 dead sons, right?
I think it's great. This is what happens on the phone all the time.
He says he thinks this technical difficulties is great. Yet he calls me unprofessional. You see how fucking ass backwards this is? Just a big kiss ass. Because he wants clout. He wants just to have more eyeballs on him. Fucking attention whore Tom Althouse.
When they're concerned. When the other side's concerned, like the agencies, they do this all the time.
Don't lose it. Keep it.
Yeah, see?
Okay. I will end for now, and then I'll have it
lose this. I want this to be aired. I think it's great. It's great.
It's everywhere now, Tom. Congratulations. Oh, that's the end. Look at that. Yeah, see, look, there's Veronica there. She's doing fucking live streams from her hospital bed. Like, take time off, girl. You're like inserting yourself in the quarrels of men with boys. Like, don't do that. Let the man take care of it. This is my situation. You inserted yourself into this. Okay. So that was the Tom Althouse interview that happened last Thursday on a different channel that has it's a smaller channel than mine, but he went on that channel to talk about how he had pity for how small my channel was. So you can only imagine if Veronica put all that together, that she would be sitting there thinking, well, why the fuck is he here? Is he like even feeling more pity for me on my 733 subscriber channel compared to Steve's 2040? Like, it doesn't even like translate into views. Brenda's Beyond the Box channel has 305 subscribers, yet they get more viewers than me. Like, it's incredible. I have 6 right now. There's 9 to 12 on Brenda's, and this channel is 10 times bigger than hers. And I'm just doing this from a statistical point of view. Like, he's on this other show saying on a 700 subscriber channel, he's saying he felt pity for the 2,000 subscriber channel, which really I was about 1,000 at that point. But still, it's like, what are you doing, Tom? I feel like a broken record asking that. Oh, man. Right on time here. This is my thoughts, Tom.
Pardon my French, but you're an asshole. Asshole.
Got that?
Tonight, Susie and we're going to have a discussion about trust, about scandalous people, and we are both going to be as civil as possible.
So before I continue on with this clip, so this is actually, I edited 20 minutes of this hour and 50-minute show that Brenda and Susie did, where Susie is going into detail about what happened with Penny and the fallout from it. This is the exact conversation that I wanted Tom to hear that he refused to do. He refused to even listen. Like, he doesn't have to accept it, but like, he didn't even want to listen to Susie speak about Penny and her actions and her choices, like her behavior. This is all we're talking about, is the behavior of others. So this happened months late. This interview that Brenda and Susie did happened months after I asked Tom to like get on the phone with the three of us and get caught up with what Penny's up to. So this is the first 20 minutes here it's all edited so that you could actually follow along better, because there's a lot of ums and stuff. So I went in there, I cut 20 minutes of that stuff out and sidetrack conversations, stuff that didn't pertain to Penny or anything. So that took like nearly 3 hours to do the 20 minutes. I'm not kidding. So you can imagine if I went and like edited that for any of the shows with Tom, like, think of all the editing I did for the reels. Think of all the time I put into the reels. That's a good question. Hold on. The title. Hold on. What you could do, Norma, is go to Beyond the Box channel, go to the search bar, and type in that That's the title of this interview that Susie's talking to Brenda about Penny. So just put that in the search bar on the Beyond the Box channel, and it'll pop up. And this interview, you'll be able to watch it at your leisure. But we'll at least get through the first 20 minutes. The first 20 minutes sets up like everything that happened prior to Penny choosing to move out and just disappear. Okay.
Bringing up this discussion. So I did a video the other night on an individual that I was having some issues with, and a lot of people were having issues with. Some of you know of her and some of you may not, but there are a lot of things going around about Susie and I that were started by this person. So we need to clean the slate, basically. Because
exactly what I'm doing here today, what I did with that 17-minute Tom interview.
What is being said is not true. And Susie and I, to tell you the truth, we're getting tired of being kicked around like a bunch of soccer balls. We're good people. We've done good things for people. And we just don't think that it's right that other people can speak out and say these nasty little things about us. And we've tried to be the bigger people and just not said anything. And we have been. But it's something that really has to be addressed because it has cost Susie and I an awful lot.
And you went through a hell of experience, this last few months. Miracle that you came through like you did. But you had a special visitor in your hospital room that came to you and started telling you things.
She had spiritual visitors in her hospital room. She asked who walked in the room, who left the room, and the nurse that walked in said, "There's no one here. I've been outside the room for 20 minutes." So Brenda was being visited by other spirits while she was in the hospital because she was probably really close to the veil of dying, okay? Like, she was about ready to fucking pass because of what Penny did to her. Again, the symptoms match up with rat poisoning, which is undetectable.
Things that they knew about, a lot of things that we were having problems with, and said that we were going to be okay. I asked the Father in Jesus' name to give us the green light to say what we need to say. And if there's something that we're not supposed to say, that, he gives us that, we don't go down that road or whatever, because really what our goal is to help other people, survivors, and people who have been through a lot of this stuff, and get people's voice out, get people's story out. And most of the people that we encounter have had some really traumatic experiences in their life, so they understand the attack, they understand the trauma, they get it, and I'm sure many.
See, I think Tom's issue here is that I do think that he's being handled right now, but he was handled in the past. He had handler wives. Like, he should know better is what I'm saying. He should know a lot better. And he's actually able to recognize the behavior patterns, but he doesn't want to confirm the behavior by matching it up with that. Yes, it's a handler that's doing this stuff.
People are trying to figure out the whole picture, the whole picture. And so I just ask that whatever comes.
Again, yes, the whole picture. You have the whole picture here with Susie's story. Without Susie's story, you just have Penny. Tom, if you're only listening to Penny's side of the story, you're getting fed a buffet of bullshit.
Of this, that it is beneficial and helpful and not harmful to anybody, in Jesus' name.
This is something.
I think these girls took an excellent approach at this, asking God the Father to guide this conversation where it needs to go. And no ill will.
That's kind of been long coming. We're going to stay graceful in this. This is not a mean attack, although it's been happening to us. And it's all right. We're big people. We can handle it. But we are in the community of truth telling. And when that comes under attack, or when there is somebody who is playing the game for their own benefit,
playing the game for their own benefit. Penny. And now apparently Tom too.
I don't want to stand and witness because it could eventually cause harm to people. I mean, there are people that have been trying to get out and tell their story that have gone to certain people and they've said, oh, yeah, I'll put you on a show. And then they never get a call back and they need to speak or they're looking for answers. And so that, I think, is what we're going to take an approach with tonight and try to settle a couple of things. And the one thing that I want to say for myself is, by under no means and no circumstances am I on anything other than prescription medications. This girl ain't on drugs, hasn't been in probably 35 years, and it was because I was younger. I experimented with stuff. Nothing too hard, but still, now, no, I am not. So, well, Susie?
So, so with that, I guess we're going to be discussing is Penny L.A. Shepard.
Yes.
So that's our subject matter, and
Here we go.
this is a difficult one because I spent 6.5 years of my life with this person.
That fact right there has me believing Susie in what she's saying. She lived with Penny L.A. Shepard every day for 6.5 years. She trusted her for that long, and then she saw who she really was, and then Penny decided to leave on her own accord.
Day. And a very, very close in my home, became very close to this person. Like,
Tom essentially is writing off Susie's entire account. Her personal account on what's happened here, and Brenda's. Tom is completely just saying, no, it didn't happen. Do you want me to be questioning things happened or not with you, Tom?
a sister and, you know, allowed this person into my home with my family and stuff like that. Now, the reason that we're talking about this was because some people know Penny Shepard, some people don't know Penny Shepard, but Penny Shepard is also on a podcast. She's also speaking to a lot of the people that we talk to. And so there's a lot of, in this community of people who want disclosure, like you were saying, Brenda, there's a lot of people who wanted to get their story out and, you know, maybe you can't. And there's a lot of different agencies, say like Gaia and those things that they're supposed to be out there to help people, or there's different shows that people go on to try to get their story out and stuff like that. So with that, we're in this community, we're all interacting with the same type of people. That's what we had a little issue with Rocco the other day. And so you reached out and said, don't want to participate with somebody that hasn't got their life in the right track yet. And so that's kind of what happened. So with that, we have made a decision, Brenda and I had made a decision to just really not say anything. But a lot of people have, I'm sure asked you, Brenda, a lot of people have come to me and said, what happened? I want to know. So with that, you know, I just wanted to give my side of the story. There's always two sides to everything. And Brenda and I became really close friends back. It started with Grizzly. Grizzly came on the Awake Nation. Grizzly was doing shows and stuff on the Awake Nation with Penny and Dave. And then Grizzly...
By the way, Awake Nation and Dark Outpost, those were shows Penny ran. Those are shows that took up Tom's time while I was visiting him to get work done.
Was going to do some remote viewing or some stuff about a person who came up missing. And so Penny recommended me to them, that because I see things and stuff like that. And so she recommended me to go on that show.
Hey, Norma, like, Tom already admitted it. Like, Tom already admitted that, that it's being handled. He just doesn't, like... I don't know how to explain it. The two brain cells are there. They can't connect it. Handler, narcissist Penny L.A. Shepard, and lifetime friend / lover, I don't know, Penny L.A. Shepard. This is the fictional view of Penny that Tom has, and then this one is the real one, and Tom wants to throw this one away, even though we're here talking about it. He doesn't want Doesn't want it.
That's how I met Glenn. I was in the back, and then Glenn brought me in, and I had had a dream earlier that day, which I thought was the silliest dream because it was about some woman who was really happy, like on the beach or something. I didn't really know, and I didn't know anything about this case. They didn't tell me anything. I didn't know what I was doing, and all I know is I had a dream earlier, and I thought, and so when they asked me on the show to say what happened, I said all I saw was this happy woman, and that's all I had. I thought, well, that's not a very psychic perception of what's going on. And I'm like, oh, that's just gonna sound stupid, but that's all I had. So they were like, well, that's kind of weird. And because weren't we talking about how his wife was happy and did this big thing because she found his backpack that washed in on the beach, and it was the only evidence of him backpack. And so I was like, I was a little concerned that I had, oh Lord, I had come on, you
Dreams
know.
don't fail me now.
So in the process, after I met Glenn, Penny got very upset because they didn't bring her into the show, and she said she had some stuff. But Glenn and I,
That's a common theme with Penny and Tom, isn't it? Me, 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 me. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal.
talked for quite a while. The next day we were on the phone talking, and he was telling me about himself and stuff, and we were just talking, and he was talking about the shows that he was doing and stuff like that. You have to tell that side of the story now because it's about you, so you know that side better than I do of what.
Yeah, Glenn wanted to do a different show, and he wanted me to pick one. So we were going to do a show about serial killers and cases like that. Well, the person I was going to do it with went and did something else. So he says, well, I've got somebody that you might be able to get along with and do this. That's when I met Susie. And we started doing the show on that, but it was rough because when you're doing something like that and you have somebody else in there that just has control of everything, he was letting people in there that were basically harassing us. They were coming on harassing us. Susie and I just started talking, and we would sit up in the middle of the night for hours and hours on the phone, talking about the Bible, talking about, just all kinds of things. We got to know each other very well. And I don't think Penny realized how long we had actually been talking and how much talking we had done. So yeah, it was one of those things. So I had gone out to the house one time and was only there for a few hours. And then I had arranged to go out there for a weekend. And I was there for 3 days and 2 nights. I stayed in the house with Penny.
Because I have another little house that I stayed in on the property, and it rained, I think, the whole time, didn't it? It was thundered and lightning and rain.
Yeah, so I basically was kind of stuck in.
You know what I thought of just now? We've already talked about Penny being a witch, and Susie's talked about witches controlling the weather. Wonder if her uneasiness around Brenda caused all those storms.
In the house. And while I was there, my dog, the first night we were there, he barked all the time. And then after that, he didn't bark at anybody else in the house that walked across the floor except for Penny. He would be, we stayed in the bedroom most of the time with the door closed. My dog had 3 seizures while I was there, out of nowhere, for no reason. I don't know why. But the day that I was getting ready to leave, Susie and Penny kind of had a snitpick with each other. Penny kind of, I don't know, she was angry about something. And I don't know what it was. I was getting ready to leave. So I came home, and I had talked to my uncle on the phone, and I had found out some very disturbing things that had happened. And I was upset. And anytime I found anything out and I got upset, I would call Penny. Penny always said, call me, Well, I did. And I was angry, and out of anger, instead of turning around saying that I just really need to go kick his ass, I turned around and said, man, I just need to go kill him. Okay, my bad. Bad choice of words. But I wasn't going to do that. So anyways, she took it literally, or after a while, we realized it was just an excuse to use. So I'd gone somewhere, and when I had went to that place, I had called Penny. I had a surprise for her, so I went to video call her. She didn't answer it. And then she sent me a message right away telling me that she didn't have time for me. She's tired of people sucking her time up. I cried, honestly. I don't even know what I felt. I was upset. I was like, what earth is going on here, you know? And then I tried to call Susie. Susie didn't answer. And I'm sitting over here going, what is going on? In the meantime, Penny had called Tommy. And once again, I don't think she realized what good friends Tommy and I had become. And she tried to wedge in between me and Tommy and started saying all this stuff that was...
You see this? This is the same thing that narcissist Tom Althouse is accusing me of doing, which is trying to cut off all contact and communication with one individual so that they're isolated like Susie, and that Penny can have full reign over controlling her entire world. It's very messed up.
Blindsided.
But the narcissists take that, like they're probably told that they're doing that, and then they're like, no, you're doing it.
Him. He was like, what? But the only thing he kept telling everybody was, let me talk to Brenda first. So finally, I tried again to call Susie, and she answered. So Susie, you can pick it up from here.
I'll go back a little bit on the story. That day that you were leaving, and Penny got real snippety, and she got real like.
So I'm gonna mention this right here. Brenda in the chat just said that her dog had some food that Penny made for her, and that's what made her sick too. So again, Tom, you are wrong. I never said that that I almost got poisoned by you. No, you didn't try poisoning me, Tom. I don't think you have that in you. But Penny did in fact try to kill Brenda with rat poison. I mean, come on here. This is what we're talking about here. This is the logical conclusion of what possibly happened. But Brenda almost died. And it was after visiting and eating food at Penny's. Sorry. I never said that Tom tried to poison me while I was at his house. That's him making a big fuck up.
Her anger kicked in, and I told her that she needed to apologize, for acting like that, because she started acting out of whatever it was. I don't know. At that point, I didn't know what was going on with her, other than she was just kind of becoming very angry, about something. After you left, she started talking really bad about you, and saying that you were on drugs and that you were wheeling around in the house going wee in your wheelchair, and I was like, what? Because I'm like, I didn't see any of that, so I was like, well, I don't know what she's talking about, and so she just started talking, just really angry, real negative stuff about you. And she had told me about the conversation that you had about your uncle. Now, this is the funny part. I guess I can laugh about this part of it, because being a conspiracy person, we're always going, I wonder if, and I'm sure many people have done that, could this mean...
Yeah, right. We are here seeking the truth. So part of seeking the truth is asking, is Tom Althouse legit? That's part of truth seeking. And my consensus right now is no, he's not legit.
Mean this, or could that mean that, or could that person be that person, or we start to like.
Mind you, I said that I went somewhere. Okay. So that's what she's getting at. Where did she go? What is she doing? Oh my God, she went to go kill him. Oh.
And that's Penny jumping to conclusions, getting caught up in the rush of juicy news. Like.
So the next thing, okay, so Penny's like freaking out because and Penny's saying, yeah, Brenda's saying she wants to commit suicide. And I'm like, what? Which, that was not true. But it was just like, she was like blowing it up into like, and I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? So then what happened was, she's telling me this whole conversation. She's going to go kill her uncle, and she's going to commit suicide, and she's on drugs. And I'm like, what? you know. And so I'm out at the barn talking to Roger, and the next thing I know, I see that you were on the Awake Nation and you were commenting, and that you were
Right,
at the
exactly.
airport. Yeah, you were at the airport
I'm going
somewhere.
to the
And
airport. I think I was talking to Norma.
and so okay, I think so. Yeah. And I'm like, what? Where's Brenda going? She's like my best friend. She didn't tell me anything. She's like, where? I would know if she was going to go somewhere, and she would tell me, I'm like, we talk all night, and I'm like, Roger, I'm really worried. I'm like, did she go on a plane to go kill her uncle or something? You know?
I'm so glad that we're all able to like laugh about this now because of just how crazy the escalation of this was. That's what Penny did. She like over escalated all of this so that like people would do irrational things. Like she wanted to create chaos.
And I'm like, but no, why, I'm like freaking out, and I'm like, and I said, oh my God, I don't know what, my brain is just going like crazy because I can't figure out, because I know you didn't have the money to go anywhere, and how did you get on an airplane and fly somewhere? And now you're in Florida? And I'm like, wait a minute, the uncle doesn't live in Florida. He's like out in California or somewhere. So is she going there first? And then what? I'm like confused here, like what is going on?
But you see how that confusion creates chaos? And it's all by design. Like these fuckers do this all the time.
I was in a state of confusion. Right.
Oh my God. And I'm like totally like freaking out. So I decide I better go warn Penny. Oh my God. I better go warn Penny so I go to the house. This is where it gets so funny, kind of. So I go to the house and I said, Penny, you know what? Brenda's on a plane and she's going somewhere, and she's, you said she was going to go kill her uncle, and she told you on your phone, and the police are going to come knocking on your door and say, you knew this was going to happen and you didn't tell nobody, and you're going to.
Do you see the chaos that Penny is creating in this situation? I think it's very important. This is a key moment for this entire story. Like, all of this that's getting stirred up, Penny. That's the answer.
I get a knock on the door, and she's like, oh, Penny's freaking out now, because thinking, she's going to like be part of this whole thing. And then, and she's like, well, what do I do? And I said, I think maybe you should call Dave.
That would have been funny if like Roger came up to the door of the house you two were in and knocked. And Penny's like, oh my God, it's the police.
The Awake Nation, you should call Dave. Dave would know what to do. She's like, so she calls Dave, and Dave's like, oh, Penny, you better just get off of their show. You better get off Beyond the Box, and you better step.
This is illustrating the behavior patterns of Penny L.A. Penny L.A. Althouse. I said it. Oh no, Penny L.A. Shepard and Tom Althouse. Oh,
away.
God.
And so Penny goes, okay, Dave said just to step away from it all. I mean, it was like this snowball, Brenda, that turned into the abominable snowman.
It turned into the ice walls falling into the ocean.
The same situation, like that concept of a snowball turning into the abominable snowman, that's exactly what Tom did with our thing. He took a text that didn't get replied to in 10 minutes, and he's like, oh, fuck it all, like a narcissist does.
I'm like starting this avalanche with this snowball of all these events, and Penny's freaking out. So meanwhile, Penny's calling Tommy, and she's just, going like that, telling him all this stuff. And Tommy, I don't think he knew what the hell was going on. None of us did. And so then she's like, okay, I talked to Tommy, and Tommy says that do not talk to Brenda until he talks to Brenda first. And I'm like, oh. So Brenda tries to call me, right? You try to call me, and I can't answer the phone because I'm trying to honor Tommy, and I'm like, oh.
And this is the isolation tactic of the narcissist, like what Tom described, because he's describing himself essentially. The separation of individuals.
Oh no, So I'm feeling really bad. So later that day, you tried calling me again, and I was at the Home Depot at the counter, and now I really want to talk to you so bad, but I could.
By the way, I don't think Tom is that vindictive, but like he's like getting his arm twisted by Penny to do some of this shit. But Penny's leading the charge on all of this. So Tom, you're a pawn in Penny's battle for a war that you never signed up for. And you're going to be a casualty in it because you love to lie about people that only had good intentions for you, like myself.
I don't know what is going on. I am freaking out. But I'm trying to honor it, but it's like 5:30. Tommy's still at work, and I'm like, hell with it. So I just call you back. I said, I can't I'll call you back. And then you tell me everything. You had to go to Florida, and it had nothing to do with...
Nope, killing my uncle, nothing. It was all, So anyways, in this whole thing, I get a message saying, I'm leaving the show. I said, okay, why? And she said, I don't have time. I just can't be involved in this, all this stuff. Now I'm confused. I was really confused. And I'm upset because I entrusted her with everything and no explanation, no nothing. So I finally get to talk to Susie. And Susie explains everything to me, and I explain everything to her. And not only did I explain it, because she's over here going, well, she said that you didn't call her. I said, oh, did she? Hang on. So I went in, and I screenshotted the conversation and the phone call, and I sent it to Susie, and I said, Susie, why would I lie that I tried to call her and she didn't answer? So here it is. So Susie goes over there to talk to her, show her what I sent her. She was telling Susie, what was she telling you? It's okay. I'll start a show for you. And
the way it kind of came to that moment is after you sent me the screenshot of the missed call to her on Messenger, and then her texting you telling
this is important.
You that that you were sucking her energy and she didn't have time for that. And
Can you believe that? Penny said to Brenda that she was sucking her energy away and she doesn't have time for her. After telling Brenda that she could call Penny for anything.
The missed call to her on Messenger, and then her texting you telling you that that you were sucking her energy and she didn't have time for that. And and when I asked her, I said, Brenda said she tried to call you, and she said she never called me. And I said, well, you had a conversation with her and told her she was sucking your energy. She goes, I never had a conversation with her. So Brenda went ahead and screenshotted it and sent it to me. So I walked over to the house and I showed it to Penny. Here's where it says missed call, a messenger, and here's the text. And instead of saying, I lied or I'm sorry, she blew up and started screaming at me. And she started saying, now I'm the enemy. I'm the enemy. And
You see, Penny at that point had already accepted her fuck up. And so she just tried to get herself in a winning position by placing herself as the victim and saying like, oh no, now y'all think I'm evil, blah, 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 blah.
Screaming it. So I had to walk out of the house because I am not going to engage with anybody who starts screaming and yelling and denial and lying about something. All she had to do was say, hey, I made a mistake, whatever it was, and make it right. But no.
A narcissist will never do that.
She just blew up and got angry.
Or if they want something from you, they'll apologize. But they want it to be reciprocal. Like, I gave you an apology. You better give me, 2 weeks of solid attention or I'm going to go back to ignoring you. That type of stuff.
So I walked away. And I went back to the house and called you. And I think at that point, I was a little bit shocked that when confronted with the evidence to Penny, she blew up and started screaming at me. Because I always had been told by Penny that she was somebody who tells the truth. And clearly, she was not telling the truth.
Prophetic.
clearly she was in denial of it, and clearly she didn't want us apparently to be friends. This is the thing, that I couldn't understand, but the thing that why she was like that. And so when I went back to the house, I called you and I said, Brenda, I said, I don't think I don't want to be on the Awake Nation anymore, because how can I look Penny in the face and know that she lied to me, flat up lied to me? And then when I showed her in
This is another trait of a narcissist. They pretend like that event never happened, and then they try to carry on like nothing happened. So Susie's going to explain here in the next minute or two, like, Penny kept asking her, like, are you going to show up tonight on the show?
her face, her lie, she's screaming and yelling at me. Okay. So I'm like, am I going to be sitting there on a show with her and looking her in the face and knowing what I know? And I said, you know what? I don't think so. I think we'll just do our show, and I'm going to step away from her show. And so I told Penny in a very polite way that I just didn't want to do the Awake Nation anymore. Well, first they had me on for 30 minutes, and then she would do the introduction, and I maybe had 15 minutes to tell my story, and I couldn't do it in 15 minutes. And then I got on the Dark Outpost for an hour after that, and then there was maybe 30 to 60 views on the whole thing, and you had to pay to get into it.
You see the very numbers that Tom was discriminating me about. Penny's shows get the same amount of views. And that wasn't even a truth that Tom was saying. Ours got hundreds, sometimes thousands of views. But Susie's here saying that the Awake Nation was getting 30 to 60 views. Tom is just spewing it.
And then I was like doing all that on Fridays, and then our show on Friday night, and it was just too much for me anyway. And
you see how that takes up time? And then once you're done with the show, like, you just want to relax for a little bit. So that also explains why Tom didn't want to do any work in the evening, like it's too late, or like the inspiration left. Or I had the message from God and now it left because you took too long, Steve. You suck. Like, that's the type of shit I was dealing with.
I have a farm, and it was like a relief not to have to do that many shows in one day, right? Because it just seemed non-productive what I was doing there. Anyway, so at that point, I just made that decision. Penny was like, okay, at first, and then she's like, well, I hope you come back to our show, and I will help you and Brenda as much as I can. She offered to help our stuff and everything. And I just said, that's okay. I'm just going to just do our show. So at that point, I was a little bit shocked because Penny had been living with me for 6.5 years. And I had so I had been around Penny all the time. And so there was never like it's a triangle where you have three people, like you and me and Brent and Penny. So whenever like Penny and I were around each other.
Okay, so I have reached the end of the edit portion, and the rest of this is raw, unedited live stream. So you're gonna hear just the casual ums and stuff. You're gonna hear a lot of that, but that's just how it is. But I can follow along. I just wanted it to be just straight to the point, talking about Penny here. So that's as much as I could get edited. So the rest of this is all unedited.
All the time. Then if she met a guest or I met somebody, and then something would come up, she would always, tell me this, this, and this. And so I just believed everything she said. I just pretty much accepted everything she said.
You walked away from a lot of people because of that.
Yes, yep. I did. I was
blindly accepting these people saying, don't work with this. That's what Tom was saying I was doing. I haven't done that for a single person that he knows. I've never done that. But Penny did this to Susie.
Because she was telling me, this person's bad, this person's bad, this person's bad. And I, put my trust in everything that she said. And, I went along with it because, it just seemed like she was in the community trying to do that kind of stuff, and But after this situation happened with us, it changed everything, because now I seen Penny in a different light. I saw Penny um, as somebody who is not an honest person, doesn't tell the truth. And she wasn't willing to say she was sorry when she got caught lying, and had she
That's important. She wasn't willing to say she's sorry.
just said she was sorry, I would have forgiven her easily.
And,
I mean,
and
I'm
you
a very forgiving person.
you wanted her to apologize to me because it got all
Hmm.
blown out of proportion, and she refused to do that too, which upset me because I thought that she was.
You think it's hard for a narcissist apologizing once? Imagine a narcissist apologizing twice. That's a nightmare for them.
Just my friend, you know.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I mean, it was really hurtful to you because you were blindsided and you didn't see um, all this stuff was going on. You didn't know why it was going on. You were so excited to come out here and hang out with us, and it should have been a really good experience. Everything should have been good, and everybody should have been very supportive of each other. And that's not what transpired, and
Right.
and um, and so things escalated from there. I kept my peace and I stayed calm throughout the whole thing, and I talked with you quite a bit during this whole episode, and I just kind of stayed away from Penny at this point, and Penny kept telling me that she had invited a woman out to the house that was from North Carolina, and that this woman was coming to buy a horse, a very expensive horse, from me, and that would I be able to sell this horse to her? And I said, sure, um, so this woman apparently flew in, took a car, drove about an hour to get here, and when she got here, Penny walked her over to my house.
I never thought of this until now, but what Penny did with this other woman here is very similar to like Tom inviting me to his house, and like, because you're gonna find out here that this woman that showed up at Susie's ranch on behalf of Penny wasn't there for what Penny said she was there for.
And, you know, when she got here, she said, "I have my Bible," and she brought her Bible with her, and um, and I said, "Okay," and so I thought with what was going on that I would not. I didn't know what Penny was up to, and I didn't know what this was about, and so I decided not to mention because Penny had told me it was about a horse. Now Roger said when she got here, she got out of the car and he said, "Are you here to buy the horse?" She goes, "Oh no, I'm not here to buy the horse. I'm here to stay." And
How wild is that? Penny invited this chick to move onto the property and did not tell Susie, the landowner. And Penny was living on that property for like just a couple $100 a month. Maybe less. Susie was saying even less some months.
but he didn't tell me that
Yeah, normal. Yeah, maybe she was there to perform a ritual. Very true.
until later because Penny brought her over to my house right away. And then the lady came in, we sat down and we started talking. And she told me that her parents work for the Pat Robertson or no, Tammy Faye Baker and the Bakers in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And she had an account where she was known as Molly, but when she got here, she said her name was not Molly, it was really Amy. So Penny didn't even vet this lady, and Penny said she vets everybody because she's a researcher. She didn't even know this lady's name. She didn't even know who this person was, apparently. She said, I didn't know. I didn't know her name was really Amy. I thought it was, or I didn't know it was, yeah, I thought it was Molly. Okay. You know, and so at that point, we, this woman comes in and we're talking, and I'm not going to say nothing about a horse, Brenda, because if she's here to buy a horse, then she's going to say something about a horse.
Right.
I just want to see what's going on at this point because I'm now become very suspicious. I become very alerted to what's going on. And I decide at this point that I am not going to say anything or do anything. I'm just going to let her talk about what she wants to talk about. And so as she's sitting there talking to me, she says to me, I am not a Christian. And I'm more goth. I like dark fingernails and stuff like that. And she said, I'm kind of dark, you know, and I took that as...
This is Penny, who Tom Althouse entrusts fully 100%. This is Penny bringing someone to Susie's property where Penny is staying that says they're dark. Penny's inviting the dark people in. You hear that, Tom? Penny is inviting the dark people in. And I'm not one of those people, sorry. I do have a mean right hook, though, right?
You know.
Yeah.
Say dark, right? I mean, she says, I'm kind of dark. And I said, oh, like you're in a cave, dark? Because I don't want to, like, say anything. I'm just listening. And
that's like a dumb politician response. What? Dark? Like you're in a room with no lights?
She said, yeah, like in a cave, dark. And I said, oh. So then I said, well, I changed the subject. How did you meet Penny? And she says, I didn't meet Penny. Penny found me. And then she shows me on Twitter where Penny contacted her. And I had just did a big show about Loki's daughter, Hel. And that daughter of Hel is known in the charismatic churches like the Baker's Church and all that as a spirit of Emma, who did the revivals and stuff like that. So I had just done this whole thing about the religious demonic spirit of Hel that was like coming like an angel, okay, in the churches under the name of Emma. But so Hel looks like, in the Mexican culture, looks like Santa Marta, same being. So this is all relevant because I had just done this thing, and then I had just called out the whole thing about the churches, and and the Awake Nation and Penny had just done this big show about Micah Miller, the little girl whose husband was a preacher in North Carolina, and he was sex trafficking his wife. And then the next thing you know, she's trying to divorce him, and then she ends up dead out in a park. And so Penny reached out to Micah Miller's dad and brought him on the Awake Nation. Okay, so this is all relevant. Okay, so this woman pulls out her phone and shows me on Twitter a picture of Hel, you know, Santa Marta. And it's the woman with the mask and all that, you know, like death, the spirit, you know, I am death, the spirit of death, whatever, right? And in it, she texted on Twitter, if I was to go out into public and wear a mask, what would I look like every day? This is what I would look like. She would look like the spirit of death. Okay? And so Penny had responded to that on the text, and that's how she met this woman.
You never hear me describing myself as the spirit of death. The comparison Tom makes, said, like, I'm so dark. I don't even know if that story's even true. It could have probably never even happened, and he just materialized it out of the Matrix. Like, oh, my son. said that Steven was dark and I should stay away from him. Blah, 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 blah. Cool story, bro.
Now, I had just did the show about this, and now Penny's reaching out to a woman who said that she would be this person, okay? And then Penny invites this person to my home. Okay.
Penny invited this person to Susie's home to live there permanently. She said, I'm staying. To the landowner. Oh, I'm staying. So Penny probably said that was her place and invited this rando chick from fucking Facebook to come to the house. Insane.
And when I went, and Brenda and I went on to Truth Finder, and we went into her site. Well, on this woman's site, I found a half nude picture of Micah Miller on this site, and this woman Molly was sex traffickingly showing pictures like of naked type tattooed women in that area, in the church area, that North Carolina area. And the dead Micah Miller was on her page. So I thought, what the hell? Okay, like this woman, was she the madam of, because their family worked with this religious organization, and then this girl's pictures on her deal.
Yeah, that's a good guess on that.
And now this girl's dead. So, and then Penny is talking to this girl's father and saying, we're going to help you, we're going to do all this stuff, or, and I'm like, okay, this is really creeping me out, like this whole scenario. So I said, okay, I'm not going to say anything, I'm just going to keep to myself and just see where this goes. And so I took them out to dinner, and when we went out to dinner, Penny says, we're sitting there at the table, and Penny says to the woman, I love you.
Oh, does that sound familiar, Tom?
I love you so much. You're just such a nice, kind person, and I just love you so much. And I was like,
sounds like a non-exclusive saying that Penny says to everyone she's trying to control.
I took them out to dinner, and when we went out to dinner, Penny says, we're sitting there at the table, and Penny says to the woman, I love you. I love you so much. You're just such a nice, kind person.
That's exactly what Penny L.A. Shepard is saying to Tom Althouse, I'd say on a daily basis, just to keep him under her arm.
I just love you so much. And I was like, oh my God, Brenda, she's love bombing this woman. Love bombing her. And
she says I love you to Tom quite often. I know that for a fact.
I'm like, oh my God, that's what love bombing is. I'm like, she doesn't even know this woman. And I'm like, what is she doing? And
complete stranger. And Penny is saying this to the complete stranger. So how does that add value to her saying that to you, Tom, if she also says it the same way to a complete stranger?
And then the woman looks across the table and she goes, I love you too. And she looks at me and
it's like a spell. A verbal spell. I love you. The Satanist saying that to lower your guard.
I love you. And I was like, I didn't know what to say. And I'm like,
even Susie didn't know what to do because it was so awkward and out of place.
The woman looks across the table and she goes, I love you too. And she looks at me and she said, I love you. And I was like, I didn't know what to say. And I'm like, I love you. Yeah. Like I'm a little freaked out. Right. And then the waitress comes, right? Then the waitress comes with the bill and she gives me a bill from like me and Penny and my son and gives her a bill. And the lady, signs it and then the waitress takes it off. And Penny had taken her money out and put it on the table next to our receipt, and she put like 3 5s and 3 1s for her food. And then when she did that, she put it there, and then she saw the girl gave the ticket to the waitress, and Penny goes, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did that. It was so nice of you to do that." And the lady goes, "Oh, do you want me to pay your bill?" And I went, "No."
Top tier IQ from Susie here doing that. Fucking love it. Give these fucking scammers. Penny was trying to get this stranger to pay for her meal by manipulating her by saying that, "Oh, I believe you're paying for me, thank you." And she's like, "Oh, I didn't know I was. Should I pay?" And then Susie speaks up and is like, "No, damn it." She's manipulating you.
Did that. It was so nice of you to do that. And the lady goes, "Oh, do you want me to pay your bill?" And I went, "No."
Top tier. Susie. Too good.
I'm like, and I said, "Penny, don't you see the bill right here?" And Penny's like, "Oh, you know, I'm half blind. I can't see anything." And and at that
Weaseling out of the conversation.
moment, my son reaches across the table and grabs the 3 5s. And he says, "I'll take that. Roger needs that for cigarettes." And they're
I don't even know what to say about that. It's like Joel like tuned into what Susie was picking up on. It's like, no, screw that. Like wanting to give away free money, this complete stranger. I don't know.
those pennies $15. Like, she's not getting her bill paid because Joel just took it. My son has never done anything like that. He always asks politely for everything.
It was like in the zone moment, I believe, the way that all played out. Because Susie was in the zone. She saw what was happening. She called that out. That was so good.
And I'm like, God, I think that she's going to pay her bill. You know?
Right?
So at that point, all I wanted to do was get in the truck and drive home and, you know, just get away from them. And I was so freaked out, you know, at that point. And I did, you know, I was like, oh my God, you know. Then Penny tells me, oh, she's giving me $150 a month for the dogs. And, you know,
The dog thing was a complete hoax. Susie had a dog that had several litters. So it was having litters every few months, and Penny was posting on Twitter and I think Facebook too, asking for donations for dog food. And it was a constant thing like a year ago. But turns out here, I think Susie also mentions about Penny just straight up pocketing the dog food money. Like, Susie never saw any of the donations that came in through Twitter or Facebook.
she's giving.
And we find out later in this this show that Penny actually is paid a significant sum of money every month from unknown anonymous accounts from both sides of the country. So she's well off. She didn't have to pay rent. She's paying like what, $150 or something to Susie, and she mentions it later in here that like that doesn't even cover the electricity bill. So just to put that in perspective, the grifter Penny L.A. Althouse is also a narcissist. She just straight up lied to Susie, not only about the Brenda phone call conversation thing, but for the 6.5 years she was there, because we don't know how long she's been getting like $2,000 payments a month from these anonymous accounts into her bank statements. And the only reason that was ever found out is because Penny left it all in the house for Susie to clean up. And she just so happened to spot one of the bank statements that had the transfers on it.
Me money. And I'm like, oh my God, because suppose Penny tells me, oh, she's giving me $150 a month for the dogs. And, you know, she's giving me money. And I'm like, oh my God, because supposedly this woman had inherited $33 million or something. And so this is why Penny invited her up here. She goes, I thought she was going to buy a horse. The woman didn't even talk about a horse the whole time she was here.
You see how big of a lie that is? That's a huge lie. And they keep on just deflecting. Oh, I had no idea. I'm just as confused as... No, you're not. You know exactly what you're doing, Penny.
She didn't even, there was nothing about a horse, you know. So I was like, okay, so I go into Truth Finder. I find out this woman has 6 aliases. 6. And she's got all these names and all these homes, and and she's into witchcraft and stuff like this. And I'm like, okay.
This is the stranger having all these different aliases and houses. And then she's got to stay at Susie's. Why?
So Penny really vetted this woman and really knew this woman, and she brought her into my home. So at that point, I went over to talk to Roger, and I said, I can't believe she brought somebody like this into my home, And Roger says, well, you need to go talk to her. And I said, I don't want to go talk to Penny because she's going to blow up and, whatever. And he said, no, you need to go talk to her. I was like, okay. So I was like, all right. So Brenda, I'm going to have you on the phone when I go over to talk to Penny. But you need to put it on mute. Okay. And that way, you don't accidentally make a noise and she knows that, you're listening to this conversation, but I need you as a witness to what I go over and say, right? And so I walk into the house and I say, Penny, basically, that is the 3rd witch that you brought into my home. Okay.
3rd witch brought into the home. You listening, Tom? The 3rd witch brought into the home.
And you gave me an oath that you would never bring any more witches into my house.
Knowing that she did it before, she does it a 3rd time.
And that you would research, but you didn't. And I said, most people, if they want to hang out with people, they will tell them to get a hotel room, and then you can go, if you want to do that, then you go to town and you hang out with that person. But you don't need to bring them into my home and with my family, okay? And so then what do you remember, Brenda, in that conversation? Because you were listening to the whole thing.
She said, Susie said, you brought a witch, and I knew you were going to say that, is what she said. I knew you were going to say that she was a witch. I knew it. Okay. And then Susie just wanted Penny to apologize to me because we were all talking about moving together and being on the same property.
You see, this is all a timeline of events that's occurring. So like the whole freak out over Brenda possibly flying to go kill someone, which wasn't true, but Penny hyped it up. Hype girl, Penny Shepard. She hyped it up, made it something it was not.
So Susie told her, and I'm going.
I was just saying, it's following along with, like, this is leading to even more outrageous shit. Like, this isn't even the end.
To be bringing Brenda out. She's going to be moving out here. And Penny was like, when? And she said, I don't know. We haven't worked out the details and all that stuff.
By the way, this interview it has been online for the past 6 months. So I'm not doing any disservice here. This has been publicly available, and it's going to be even more public now that it's on this channel.
And she started yelling at Susie. So Susie said, that's it. I'm walking away. I'm leaving. I'm not going to sit here. I never said you were evil. I never said...
She started screaming. She started screaming, you say I'm evil. You say I'm evil. And I go, I never said that. And then she goes, you said I'm evil. And I go, those words never came out of my mouth. And I am walking out the door right now.
Yep, you sure did.
Just like you, Tom, saying that I said you tried to poison me. No. Penny tried to poison Brenda. She actually did, but she wasn't successful in completing her overall goal, which is taking her out. Norma says I want to see proof that Penny was actually a singer. I do not buy that story, because if you add up all her jobs, she would be 120 years old today. She may be, if she's a witch. We're onto something here. So, as far as I'm concerned, Penny was in some cover band that was playing like just small hole-in-the-wall venues in Elgin and just that area. She was near Elgin. It's near Lake County. Like, that's where she was staying. But I was filming over there. Like, I was doing my film work out that way. And I was filming musicians, so I'm surprised I never ran into her. But that's what I assumed, because there's, from all the bands that I've worked with, doing video work for, a lot of them were just gigging. They were trying to just break out into the market. I was trying to help elevate them, just the same way I like do with these interviews with the guests I have on here. I'm trying to elevate all of these people that I work with. So you hire me to do video, I'm going to do a real good job doing your like live shows, which it eventually morphed into, but I wanted to do a lot of music videos. And the bands were just moving away from that, like early 2010s. They didn't really want it anymore. And, but yeah, I would see Penny being in some cover band that would not be playing any original music. She'd be singing stuff she's heard on the radio and stuff. And it's just, I don't know. I've worked with so many cover bands like that. So it's really not too far off to say that she was in one of them. But she wasn't making like original music and releasing albums and going on tour. She wasn't doing that. She was like playing local gigs. That's a very realistic approach to it. Oh. I accidentally skipped through this a bit.
I'm going to be
Yeah, the "you think I'm evil" sounds just like Tom, too, in a way. You're gonna do this.
bringing Brenda out. She's
Norma, what don't you recall? So I have a reference point. I'll reply once I get a response from you. I'll play a video.
being together and being on the same property. So Susie told her, and I'm going to be bringing Brenda out. She's going to be moving out here. And Penny was like, when? And she said, I don't know. We haven't worked out the details and all that stuff.
Brenda, that might be another episode of Let's Talk where we we do that Knights of the Round Table episode that I was on with you in Carrie or KC Sunshine. I don't know why I mixed those two up. Okay.
And she started yelling at Susie. So Susie said, that's it.
So like anytime a narcissist's plans change and it's not to their liking, they get all bent out of shape and stuff. So that explains how Tom's a narcissist. When I said I could stay longer to get more work done, and he started flipping out and almost having nervous breakdown, just trying to figure out if I can get a plane ticket or not. And I ended up getting the rental vehicle, so that didn't fucking mean anything. He got all jacked out of shape for nothing. And then with Penny, you have Penny here who starts screaming and shit. And just they get all flustered. It's like very similar to someone that is on the spectrum of autism, where like if everything's not perfectly aligned. And Tom has said like he's like on the spectrum, but like come on, dude. Like it really doesn't seem like it. Like I don't know. But the narcissist part really plays into that. In the not wanting to accept changes to the environment and stuff.
Haven't worked out the details and all that stuff. And she's...
Oh yeah, Norma. So yeah, John is the one that Penny wants to be with forever. So he wants nothing to do with her, but she talks about him all the time, how she's going to end up with him. It's written in all her journals too, along with the Satanism stuff and Tom Althouse. Tom Althouse is in those journals along with Satan. Okay. Like Penny's writing about all the. Did she know Tom before she met him? Like, did she research him and write down about him before she met him? It's a desktop notification. No worries.
Started yelling at Susie. So Susie said, "That's it. I'm walking away. I'm leaving. I'm not gonna sit here. I never said you were evil. I never said."
She started screaming. She started screaming, "You say I'm evil! You say I'm evil!" And I go, I never said that. And then she goes, "You said I'm evil!" And I go, "Those words never came out of my mouth." And I am walking out the door right now.
Yep, she sure did. And she locked herself in the house.
And I never spoke.
Wasn't John a band member of Penny's, if I recall correctly? Like the singer or something? I feel like that's where it's connected to, is with the band. No, John's not her brother. And John wants nothing to do with her. I'm amazed that Brenda got in contact with this dude, because that just added to this whole, what would you call this? Well, it's like a debrief. Okay, he was the manager of the band. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me too.
Spoke to Penny again. From that moment, that was my.
Yep, she sure did. And she locked herself in the house.
And I never spoke to Penny again. From that moment, that was my last conversation with Penny.
You believe that? This bitch left her house. Didn't say a word.
I walked over to my house, and at that point, I blocked Penny on Facebook. And I kind of said, you know what, you know, that's the second blow up already, and this is really getting out of hand. She's bringing this, you know, I mean, the whole thing was out of hand, and so I'm just stepping away from it, and then the next thing I know, I get a text on my phone, and Penny says, it was that evening, right? It was like a little bit later that evening. She texts me and says that she would be moving out, and on Monday after the show. I did not.
That was it. Just no formal goodbye, just texts. I'm moving out. Bye. 6.5 years of a relationship, like living together and shit and being friends and like sisters, and now it's just, I'm leaving, bye.
Respond to her text. I didn't answer. I didn't say anything. And so then so I told Roger and Joel that Penny would be leaving on Monday, and they said, we'll help her load her stuff or whatever she needs, you know. I said, okay. So at that point, I
just had this crazy thought. You know, there's this Leonardo DiCaprio movie where he's like, it's like a story about Alcatraz or something. Like it's presented like he's an investigator at the prison, and then the reveal at the end of the film is that he's actually a prisoner in the prison, and he's just delusional, thinking he's an investigator at the prison. I wonder if there's a similar thing going on with Tom. Where he's living in this world in his head where he wrote The Matrix, and that he deserves $1 billion for it. Because that's what he's saying. That's what he's putting his weight behind. And now he's putting his weight on trashing me and making up shit, no less.
she got out, you know, Monday after the show. She packed up and left, and I think I had.
Yeah, the big claim that Penny made, and then I'll let this run through for a little. But one claim. Oh man, now I've lost it. Oh, yeah, that she was in Stranger Things. That the 11 character was based off of her, but she said she has no evidence of it. And it's all like that familiarity, like new people being introduced to Tom Althouse or Penny Shepard. Like you get told that like they really made Star Wars or they really made the first fucking Spider-Man or some shit like that. I made the Orson Welles movies. He didn't actually direct them. I did. Like that type of shit. I know the timing's off. Like he lived a long time ago, but the concept's there. We're familiar with The Matrix and Stranger Things. That's the connection that's being made between the individual claiming that the stuff is stolen or based off of them. And especially with the people with no evidence like Penny, it's like, yeah, you just have to either blindly accept it or whatever. Because it's all in her head.
Right, she got out, Monday after the show. She packed up and left, and I think I had 28 bags of trash that she left in the house. And the house had, I think, 23 dead rats in it, and
It was, the last count was 23.
full of roaches. I mean, they were
23?
everywhere, and spiders all over, and so she left all this stuff behind, and I had to fumigate the whole house, and it was horrible. And the smell of the dead rats, they were all in the food cupboards, most of them, and it was awful. When I went in there to try to clean everything out of there. Now, she had thrown away like bags and bags of trash, so I decided to go through the trash to see what all Penny was throwing away. And in the process, there was about 100 books of diary since 2017, like a diary, Penny's logging of all her information. And that's where things get interesting. And so I decided
I want to cut in for a minute. So on that note, it has been going around that Susie betrayed Penny, and that Penny made her leave. That did not happen.
And I'm sure that's what Penny told Tom, is that Susie made her leave. And that's probably such a small detail. He fucking forgot about that already.
If anybody was betrayed, I think it was Susie, for trusting in her for 6.5 years and taking care of her. Because and just so that everybody knows, okay, plans are, I'm not going to be moving into that house where Penny was at. Susie's getting all her woods chopped down, and her and Roger are going to build me a handy-capable home where I can get my wheelchair in and out of every room, and I can reach the counters so that I can do things.
And that's still going to happen.
So that was
right
the way things were going to go, and she just totally, the only thing we wanted from her was an apology.
Yeah, and the truth.
And she did me wrong.
I really think Tom wants to see me cry. And that's why he's saying I have this vibe like I'm so dark and everything. No, you're not going to get it from me, Tom. And I don't think I've ever shed a tear for you, to be honest.
And then went around and told everybody I was on drugs.
But you see this, Penny hurt my friend Brenda here and tried to kill her. And Tom doesn't want to hear it. He thinks I'm trying to separate him from his friends. That's not your friend, Tom. Penny's your handler. She's saying all the right things to you so that you won't suspect a thing. And then only for later for you to be, I should have known, like what you're saying about me, which is totally unfounded.
So if you must know, I'm on Medicaid in the state of Texas. If I was on drugs, I wouldn't be covered. And they take my blood all the time.
And see, Penny would say here she still doesn't believe you. That you're probably smoking shit.
I'm on my medication. I think I know what the wheelchair wee thing was. Putin was bored, and I was trying to get him to stop barking at Lily. So I put him on the footboard of my chair, and I was going around in little circles with him so he would have something to do, because the dog, that's where he rides when I go places. He loves sitting on that and going for a ride. He stands up like he's captain of the ship and leans forward as I'm driving him on the bottom of my chair. So,
But not only that, Brenda, she lied about your friendship with Tommy. You and Tommy had become very close, and she said that wasn't true, that you and Tommy were not good friends.
That also became a key issue with how Tom was involved with hearing this story. Tom was told by Penny about this whole Brenda and Tommy friendship and how they were close, all right? Like, who cares? But Penny cared. Well, why? Who cares? Penny cares.
And,
yeah.
you know,
But that was like Tom's whole thing where he was like, oh, I don't want to get into it because it had something to do with sexting and blah, blah, blah. I don't believe it was sexting. You can confirm that, Brenda. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me because, like, it's all your personal stuff. Penny shouldn't even be concerned whatsoever about it.
And she took
and that you
everybody-
had made all that up. Yeah.
She
Mhm.
took everybody from the show. She took
You hear that? Penny took all of the people from Brenda's show. Tom is accusing me of taking people from him. I took nobody from Tom. All I'm doing is saying what's happened to me. Just like he's saying what happened to him, but he's lying, obviously, because he's lied about me. Just this past Thursday.
Brian and Tom Althouse tried to take Susie, but Susie told her she wasn't leaving me because Penny said that this was her show.
Penny's the one separating everybody here in this situation.
Susie and I started this show back in January. Okay. Penny helped us do some artwork and intro music and get some guests. But when we first started this show, it was me, Susie, and Andy would sit in with us. And I paid for a year for the platform. Well, somehow, after I gave her access to be able to log in as me so she could do some stuff, when all this blew up, I was locked out of my platform. And the
Yeah, we forgot to tell that
stuff
part of it.
was-
You know why she was locked out of a platform? I'll spoil it here. Penny changed all the passwords and took the account from Brenda that Brenda paid for a year. So she stole 1 year of live streaming from Brenda.
Story.
the stuff was changed. My passwords were changed.
She's a thief!
And your money was taken and it was
Yeah.
put into somebody else's account named Shepard.
That's straight up theft right there. You dumb bitch, Penny.
Well,
Hmm. She
they said
sabotaged our show.
I have the IP address
Yeah.
traced, and they told me they couldn't tell me exactly where it was coming from, but they could give me 2 of the cities, and the cities were in between by Louisiana.
We were in
and
between the
Dallas,
cities. Yeah,
Texas.
and it was from a cell phone that a carrier that she used. Yeah. But we already knew it because she's the only person. I didn't even have any access to any of it. And you gave her sole access into this stuff.
And these narcissists that behave like this, they think they've done nothing wrong whatsoever. Like, oh no, that was my account. I changed the password because I'm not talking to you anymore. Completely negates the fact that she didn't even pay for the service, but she took over control of it and blocked Brenda out of it, even though Brenda's the one that paid for it.
And then she deleted the show and took the money from the account.
So I have now, thank Susie ended up giving me money to help pay for some of the stuff because now I have to pay for it month to month for a little while. And after paying for it for a year, God, we still had almost 7 months left on that thing.
And Penny stole it all.
So, but I'm going to tell you people, I was never angry even after all of this.
Right. Me
I was
neither.
never angry at Penny.
Yeah. And, you know, it's more of like, it's disappointment. Because this is somebody like you trusted, you thought they were your friend. And then they pull all of this sanctimonious crap. And then think that, like, you're the problem, not them.
I was hurt. I cried for like 2 or 3 days.
You did.
Because I
You
thought
really
she
cried.
was my friend. I did. And
Right.
and it hurt me so bad that this happened. You know? I mean, it's not. Look, we don't want to slam her. We just want to clear this up. And there was
But Penny did. She took all of these actions which hurt these two ladies. And it didn't even have to be physically. I mean, this is like bond breaking stuff.
a lot of stuff that Susie found
Here
when
we go.
she went through that thing. And one of them was something that really irritated us, both of us. Because even myself, I've had $30 left in my bank, and I would send it to Penny to help her with dog food because she said she always needed it. Never once did she ever text me and say thank you. Taking money from people when she didn't need it, that's wrong. There were some people out there that live off of the measly stuff I live off of, $942 a month. And we have to pay our bills, and we're still giving her money for dog food, for the horses. Do you know that Susie
Okay.
never seen any of that?
If you
Ever.
can see this, this
Easy.
is okay. This is
Put up the
a bank state.
Holy crap. That's the bank statement, everyone. Of Penny L.A. Shepard. Look at that. Look at that. $1,278.83. $2,792.79. $3,070.84. That's $6,000. And she said she was broke.
You see
Yeah.
that? That is a bank statement of Penny.
Well, I hope you've closed it now. Because it's all out here on the internet. Oops. You shouldn't have left it in the house, you dummy.
Now, Penny, the financial situation, I want to say something on that, Brenda.
Yeah.
Penny was only giving me $200 a month for rent because Penny told me she didn't have any money. And of course, you know, she was with me 6.5 years. I never once asked her how much money she got in her monthly account. I believed everything she said. I trusted her. And you know, you could see there every month she had, you know, $3,000 in her account every month, and she only gave me $200, and it didn't even pay for her electric bill. She she was asking everybody for money for the dogs and stuff, and then she was going out and buying stuff for herself. Now she got from 3 to 5 packages a day from Amazon every single day. She was buying clothes, she was buying stuff, and I mean, I was like, how could she be buying all this stuff? And then she said Dave was giving her money, and people were giving her money and sending her money.
Multiple people, more than 3. Because you also have Brenda that was giving money, Dave, the 3 installments on that bank statement,
For the dog food.
plus all the dog food that Twitter victims ended up dishing money out to her for.
And then, she weighs everything in dog food, but she had no bills other than her um, insurance on her car and her phone. And she kept buying a new phone every couple of years, a new iPhone or every year. I don't know. It's pretty often. But but she didn't have any bills, and I felt sorry for her because I thought she was, she had like $900 a month or something, which wasn't true. And so, I was supporting her the whole time, and then I was always and every time we went out to eat, I had to pay for it because she made out like she didn't have any money, and so she was deceiving me.
She's a snake. You see that? Susie said it right there. She's deceiving her.
I was supporting her the whole time, and then I was always and every time we went out to eat, I had to pay for it because she made out like she didn't have any money, and so she was deceiving me the whole time with and when she left and she left all her stuff behind, I opened up one of her bank statements just to see the truth, and I said, "Oh my God, she had a lot of money." Okay, she had a lot of money. So I'm like, I can't even believe this, she was lying about everything. And, and so then you begin to wonder, how deep are the lies? If she was...
That's the question of today's episode. How deep are the lies? If we deep dive this one, we ain't ever coming back.
And then she did this other thing, and then she got caught in it. What else did she do? So I started reading those books, and in those books, she explains that she loves Lucifer. She says it over and over again, and she says that she was working for the CIA, and I guess she got fired or something, and she wanted her job back with the CIA.
Why would Tom associate with this person unless he's willingly doing so? He doesn't want to believe any of this. I've shared this information with Tom, but he still wants to hump her leg.
And she said in that book, she said, because I'd asked her several times about what she believed in, who was God to her, and she said God is. She said, when I was in a car wreck, I died, and I came out of my body, and I went before a council of men, and they were called the Government of Defense.
No, Jason, Penny's gonna get what's coming to her. Divine intervention will do it. We don't need to be tasked to solve the problem of Penny. No, it's gonna take care of itself. But part of letting it take care of itself is to get this out to everybody so that they can see what's going on.
To her, and she said God is. She said, when I was in a car wreck, I died, and I came out of my body, and I went before a council of men, and they were called the Government of Defense. G-O-D, Government of Defense. That's God. And I said, okay.
You see that? Makes me have to question every time anyone mentions God that I don't know. But like a stranger on the street or something. It's almost like the Freemasons. I was asked to join one time. I was at an antique mall and I got asked, it was like I was getting recruited by the people working there. I said I'd think about it. They gave me a card. I never went. I never called them or anything. But they asked me, "Do you believe in God?" I said, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, then you're in." What God? That's the question.
And
Penny said here, Government of Defense. You really got to question it.
so in the book, she says that the Government of Defense are men that are in the CIA. The CIA is God, and that is her God. They are, and that she's a Luciferian, and she said that the man that she loved with, she called him Satan Yahweh, and she said he is Satan, and I am also Satan because I love him. And so I was floored to read this kind of stuff from this woman that was telling me that she loved God. She was a vegetarian, but of course the minute she left, she wasn't a vegetarian anymore. That's another story in itself. But It's nothing about this woman. Now how did I meet this woman? I met her on Facebook. Okay. And she,
And Penny reached out to me on Twitter. And again, that was after the fallout with Emma the Entrepreneur. So it was like damage control, trying to keep me corralled and shit. I'm sure that's what it all was.
wanted to come and interview me because I talk to God and God talks to me. And she wanted to know what me and God talk about. So she said she believed in God, but I didn't know that her God was the government of defense, the CIA. I didn't know that, but that's what her diary says. Now, if anybody wants the proof of this, I have the books, I have the proof, and you can message me and I will give you anybody whatever they'd like to see in these books.
Imagine Tom ever saying that about his script. Message me and I'll send you any part of the script that's matched up that you want to see. Never.
That she left. And so, but yes, I mean, it was very shocking that I was living with this person who wasn't who I thought she was. And then I began to say, oh my God, is this what a handler does? They come into your life. They choose your friends. If they think that you're getting a little too close to somebody like Brenda, then they sabotage and they start making up stories and say, she's this, she's that, you got to get away from her. You can't, we don't want her around us. And, I'm going to write your book, Susie.
There's the book mention. So I believe that Penny is the one that told Tom to not make the documentary with me and instead have me write a book. And I'm sure he relayed that to his mom, and then his mom's like, oh yeah, it's a good idea, do the book. What the fuck?
We're going to do all this stuff. We're going to make movies about you, Susie. We're going to do all these things. And, and so, this is the person that, so, we've been in this community for a while. I never thought this was going to happen to me, Brenda. I mean, I hear everybody else saying that this stuff happens to them, and boom. Next thing I know, reality slaps me and Brenda in the face. And we realize, who is this person that we let into our hearts and our home, and trusted, and I don't know. Do you have something you want to add to that, Brenda? Because I'm a little bit in shock after all this stuff,
Yeah. Like I said on the show that I had to do about Rocco, people do these shows and appear on these shows, pour their hearts out to people that they think that are there for them, for their good, to help them. And
also, I got to mention this. So before I started interviewing Tom was going on these other host shows, and specifically Chantel's, the African, whatever, I forget the name of the channel, but she was living in Africa. She had Tom on her shows. One episode, it was like he was like grieving the loss of his son, so he was talking about all of that and moving on from that, like the healing process. And then by the end of that show, he said, the script is for everybody. I'm going to release it to the world. Everybody should have a copy of it. And then he reneged. And he's like, it needs to be made now. Like, make up your mind, man. Because first you said you were going to give the script to everyone, and now you're saying, no, I need it because I need to make the movie. There was discussion between Tom and I about filming the Immortals movie on the script that he has. And he was even willing for me to go and direct it if like that ever came to fruition. But if he's having all of this stuff, like, imagine him like bitching about catering on a production set and then like blaming me because like I didn't get fucking Cheesecake Factory or some shit. Give me a fucking break.
When people come to us, we have to always be neutral with everybody. Never ever on our show do we ever tell a guest, "Oh, that's full of shit." We don't do that, and nor will we ever, because we know that everybody has a story.
Right?
But all I can say is people have to be careful with who they tell their story to, because
And I don't think Tom is like that. He's not careful whatsoever. He just hears live show and he thinks viewers, and that's as far as his mind goes.
there are people that will take your story and give information to people and collect money for that information. I worry. I worry about a lot of people. There's stuff out there that has been said in certain areas and certain podcasts, and I just worry about where it goes.
Yeah, we're under the impression that Penny, especially with her having notes on Tom Althouse dated like probably before she met him, that she collects this information. And I think it's mentioned here in a little bit that like she was probably mailing information out to these people that were paying her. So she's probably some sort of researcher that looks for information on people. Who knows where the information's going to? Brenda has a great point about that. Like, I'd be concerned, like, an innocent person trying to tell their victimization story, then, like, all of a sudden, like, they're being watched all the time because they went on the wrong show.
Susie and I have decided, and Tommy also, that unless it's somebody that Susie knows directly and has known, or somebody that I know directly and has known, or Tommy, we are going to extremely vet anybody that comes on this show again. Our trust circle's gotten very small. We definitely understand the who you trust.
Oh, sorry about that.
Be careful who you trust thing. But we're definitely keeping that in mind. We're questioning anything and everything now, because now we've both been burned. You know, the whole thing with Mr. Fowler tore me up. So, and this stuff with Penny did too. Myself and Susie. And I felt so bad for her because after so long of the two of them being together, you know, she had her heart poured into her. You know, I myself didn't know her as long, but I thought she was my friend. I thought she was a good person. I thought I could trust her with anything, with any kind of secret. I thought that I could just tell her things. And she was always so good when I had a problem and I just needed to unload. She would have me call her and I would just unload. And she'd get me laughing. She would make me feel comfortable. Like everything would go away. She made everything feel better. And that day that I called her, that's all I wanted. I needed somebody to just say, I understand, and make me laugh and make me feel better. I entrusted in the wrong person to do that. But the reason why I didn't call Susie is because I knew she was busy with the ranch, and when she's busy, she doesn't answer her phone. And at that given moment, I just needed to unload. So we definitely are going to start being a little smarter with things. And Susie and I, sometimes it's hard. You know, she might back up and say, "Oh, wait a minute, there might be something wrong," and then I'm on the other side going, "Well, let's see what happens." So we're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to do that anymore. If either one of us smells something that's wrong, we're dropping it like a hot iron. Okay? So we've decided that this is something that has to be done. You know, we have to do it because it's a thing to protect ourselves as well as protecting other people that come on the show.
Yes.
I will never give out any more of my information for anything ever again. Um, I I can't risk that ever happening again because I can't afford that. So it's like Susie has to remind me every now and then, you know, if I say there's something wrong and I smell something fishy, we might want to listen. And I'm like, yeah, I think so. So yeah, we we have she has a lot of things that she learned from those things, and it's not like Susie makes it a point of being nosy because she does not. She's a very trusting woman. Um, so right, Denise? So I think that for some reason, because the boys would have just picked those bags up and tossed them, but for some reason, Susie just had the inkling of what is all this? Brand new makeup, brand.
Yeah, so just to clarify this, Penny had so much stuff that she had in trash bags that Susie was like, where did all this come from? I didn't see any of this in the house. So she must have had it like packed in like the walls, possibly. Who knows?
New clothes, brand new everything. That this
Yeah.
wasn't trash, but it was stuff that maybe she was hoping would just get tossed. And we just, I guess it explained a lot of things for Susie and for myself because we just could not understand why, what happened. And just telling her,
You know, and I think we're still at that same point, but it's also with Tom too. Like we still don't know what's happened that's like caused them to just go all like antisocial now.
that I was going to be moving
But we have enough to formulate a conclusion that it's a narcissist thing. They got caught in a lie and they just don't want to deal with it.
down there. Was stupid for her to just pack up and leave. All we wanted her to do was apologize. She was wrong. I apologized to her and I didn't even do anything. And I kept saying, I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, it's like, I'm just, I was floored. And then when Susie went over there and found that.
You know, I made a comparison to Shutter Island earlier, and thank you for who commented on that before. And thanks for coming back. I hope you check out some of my new stuff. I got a lot of new stuff going on, new videos. But man, what was I gonna say here? Damn. Sorry about that.
I apologized to her and I didn't even do anything. And I kept saying, I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry. I'm just, I was floored. And then when Susie went over there and found that stuff and, you know, I asked her, where'd you meet her? She said, Facebook. Oh. I think it was mostly me, Denise. I think it was me that was under the attack. So because she told everybody that, you know, Susie turned her back on her because of me. What'd she say? Her pal Brenda. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we just felt so betrayed. And I was so hurt because
Betrayal is the word of the day here. The three of us on screen have been betrayed by the two individuals named Tom Althouse and Penny L.A. Shepard.
you know, Dr. Lampshade left the show. Brian.
You call him Dr. Lampshade, I call him Mr. Midlife Crisis. Although he's in his 60s, I don't think he's going to live till 120.
Doesn't come on. And, I mean, I still talk to Brian on occasions and, you know, say hi to Tom.
Yeah, normal. I'm sorry. It's going to happen. It's almost 5 hours live stream. This is the longest live stream I've ever done. Congratulations, everyone. You're here for history.
I'll text him and see how he's doing and tell him congratulations on the stuff that he's doing. But it hurt. It hurt both of us, you know? And
It did, you know, Brenda, it hurt me that it really, it was extremely painful. But here,
Yeah, and you know what? That day that Tom cut everything off in October, I also said on the show that hurt. And if that was his main objective, then he accomplished it. Because I was hurt by him severing our connection here.
here's what I did to divert the pain. I walked outside and I went out there by the trees and I just stood there and I said, God, thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. Everything that I've learned through all of this. I just want to thank you. And had I had known, I said, God, had I had known all of this about Penny and who she was a long time ago, it's like, it reminded me of the story of Joseph in the Bible. Joseph said to his brothers who betrayed him, he was sold into slavery and all this stuff happened to him and he ends up in prison and then he ends up having a dream and then he helps the king and he becomes over Egypt and he helps save his family through a drought as a result of it. And he says his brothers come to him and they think, you know, he's angry and he says, you know what you meant for evil for my life. You meant, you know, you meant to have me killed and have me sold as a slave and you meant all this evil for me. God meant for good.
Yes.
And I said, had I have learned about Penny 6 months ago, prior to all this, I would have never met Brenda. So,
And I can say the very same thing about these two fine ladies on screen. I would have never met Brenda and Susie if it weren't for Tom Althouse and Penny L.A. Shepard. Because we all got involved in the bullshit. But we have come through the other side and we have survived. So now we are just understanding the fallout of it all, right? And pretty soon it'll just all be in the past. Forget about it. Don't worry about it. Learn and move on. Right.
True.
I am thankful for everything, and because Penny was on the show. Penny had Grizzly. Grizzly had Glenn. Glenn knew you, connected us. So even though you know.
Yeah, Norma. Norma says, I think this video will put an end to this chapter of betrayal by these people, especially you, Steve, Brenda, and Susie. Yep. And Brenda says, Steve, when are you going to do the one where we bring out the books? I will do that next week, Sunday. So I'll keep this show for all of this content because, like, it has nothing to do with my deep dives. And I'd rather have it where we go into detail on all of this stuff and dissect it and get to the gritty bottom of it all. Because why just be like, oh, he's talking bad about me. I'm gonna go to sleep. No, Oh, sorry. I'm here. I'm live. You ain't shutting me down.
This was all meant for bad. God used it for good. And so that's why I had to tell God, thank you. Thank you for everything. I wouldn't have changed any of it because I would have not met Brenda. I wouldn't be where I'm at. I wouldn't have my friendship with you, and so I'm so thankful for that. So that's how I turned my pain into a blessing.
Yes.
And I just thank God.
Yes. And I'm glad that Tommy didn't leave us. Because
Right?
he's our dude. He's our dude.
On the positive side of this, there have been guests, genuinely good guests, that were on Penny's show that are no longer going on Penny's show because they have seen the same thing we see, and they're now with Brenda's show. So it's kind of got a trade off here. It's like mid-season. We got to get different people. It's just so wild that even happened. These narcissists are coming in, conquer and divide, keep the people that they want for themselves.
I know Grizzly kind of like hooked us on all
Hey, Woo, it's good to see you. Thank you.
of us. And speaking of which, like I follow his I haven't been in to see a lot of his shows lately, because I know he went camping. I follow his TikToks, and he does, communicate with me through them. Thumbs up, but that's about it. I haven't gone to any of his shows in a while, so, but he, and I sit here and I think about it. It's so funny because he's the starting point, because he's how I met Glenn. So, and got to talking to Denise and Norma in his chat, and others. So yeah, and Kath, and I still talk to her. So through Grizzly, we have like this whole big family that was kind of accomplished. So it's kind of funny when you think about it. But
and see, I have no anger, Brenda. I have no anger. I'm really happy and thankful for everything, because everything that has come has led to today. And so, I have no regrets. But I'm going to listen to my intuition a lot better. I'm going to, that little feeling that I get, or I am not going to ever ignore those again. And if I get those, I will definitely say, Brenda, and so
something's going on over here. Yeah, me too.
Not going to ignore that ever again, because
right. And I was told
I did have those feelings with Penny. I did have that. So, right. And I just didn't know what to do with those thoughts, those feelings. I didn't know how to place them.
Yeah.
But they were there.
And I would.
By the way, this interview that we are watching was streamed on September 21st of 2024. So it was roughly about 4 weeks before the whole Tom situation with me happened, where he just cut me off. And he's using the whole 5-minute window thing as an excuse. So it was September 21st. This was from. And I want to say like a week or two before, we were trying to get Tom to listen to this story of Susie's experience and Brenda's experience with Penny. And he would not do it. So this is the result of since we didn't talk with Tom on the phone over this, the next step was doing this. And then here, now, me doing this review of it.
I was told by that special visitor that came into my hospital room that I needed to put one big shield on my heart, because I am a very yes,
What?
Denise. Denise, I'm laughing at her. She's like, and if I see anybody on your show, and I'm going to tell you, like, okay. Because actually, she did say something about somebody once, and I was like, well, supposedly he changed and da da da. But hey, it's going to be first come, first serve. I'm going to be like, yep, my people said you have to leave. So, but yeah, it's been a roller coaster ride, and I still really, to tell you the truth, you know, we get snippy every once in a while about her, but I still never really was ever angry at her. Like I said, I think I was more hurt than I was anything. You know, when you care,
Disappointed. Yeah,
yeah,
disappointed.
yeah, yeah, very disappointed. You know, and I hurt for you because I know that you put a lot into it for so many years. So you know, but from now,
You put a lot into it for so many years. That's a sentiment that could be said about myself too with my work here with Tom.
on, between me and Tommy, we're all going to watch each other's behinds, and I don't mean for any kind of a sweet routine. We're just going to watch each other and make sure that we're good, and people that come on are good. Um, so yeah, we just really
Wow.
wanted.
Yeah, so Mart Ladd says, definitely be catching up with your content. Last time I was here, yes, you were hinting at making the Immortals. Like I say, we'll be definitely catching up. Exposing the dark actors is your calling. Thank you. Yeah, it's how do I say this? I'm my tagline on my page here, on my website, everywhere is filmmaker seeking truth in film and politics. And this entire channel is like dedicated to that at this point. Like, it's all good. I'm going to continue doing this. Like, I'm not making things up. I'm doing a ton of research here. I'm spending a lot of time making sure that everybody's on the same page here with me so that the level of confusion is at a minimum. We're almost done with this. So we're going to finish this, and that's going to be the show for today, but we still have a little longer to go. I just want to get this complete so that we could watch the other one next week, and we'll have a whole break to like decompress from all this.
To set things straight.
But I'm so fortunate that I have you, Brenda, as a friend, and that this came from it. So, that's why it's like, landing on a feather pillow, that's because the getting you as the friend is the thing that keeps it from hurting, I think, to that point. You know what I mean? Because I look at what I've gained out of all of this. Yeah.
Right.
I try. I'm always been called the optimistic person. Hey, I'm always looking at the positive side of everything. I always try to look at the, instead of looking at the negative. That they always said that when I was a child. Oh, you're very optimistic, and you're always looking at the good side, the positive side. You're always looking, and that's. I think that's the way to be. I think that's
Right.
that's a happier. You can't dwell on the sadness and the bad things. You can think about it, you can laugh about it, you can set it aside, but you go and you try to find the good.
Right. Right. And me too.
Yeah, I say the good out of this whole situation is that I met Brenda and Susie and all of you wonderful people here in the chat. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but like, I'm grateful for having these connections with all of you, and especially Brenda and Susie here.
I mean, I'm glad that throughout this whole experience that I met you. And if you and we have any kind of a disagreement of anything, at least we know that we can sit and talk to each other and talk about it. You know, we don't have to yell and scream at each other. We're both grown adults.
Right.
You know, we're both, you know. And guess what, guys? I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
Oh yeah,
Topical,
this is a good one.
topical skeptic, Rob Show. He has asked us to come on sometime in October. And I have decided that when I go on his show, I'm going to talk about something that I've never talked about before.
Yay.
And people have always wanted to know, but I haven't been able to say anything. So when we go over there, I want you guys to follow because you're going to hear why I'm where I am now, why I do what I do, and my story that put me here. I'm going to go ahead and put it out. So,
You're gonna tell your story. Yeah.
yes, I am. And I've decided that
First time that you've yeah.
Yes.
Now imagine here Brenda's going on a show for the first time here to explain her story. How many shows do you think Tom Althouse has done? I have to imagine it's like in the thousands at this point, like over 1,000 at least. Has to be.
So yeah.
That's good. I'm so
Imagine, just imagine having to repeat your story over and over and over again from square one. Because you have to always meet new people, because Tom can't have a long relationship with anyone. Except Penny, apparently.
We'll be sure
excited.
and let you guys know when we're
And Brenda and Susie, I love you too. I see that in the chat. Thank you.
going to do that. I haven't talked to Rob to work out the details yet, but I really like watching Rob's shows. Woo knows about Rob's shows. So yes, I've decided that I'm going to open up and I am going to let it out. So yeah, I know. I spoke with him today. He sent me a message today. So it's hard to pin him down to talk to him. He does so many shows. And so Denise has it. Topical
Is that right? Is that it? Skeptic podcast, paranormal.
that. So some good.
I'm
to
skipping
not
through a
talk
little of
about
this.
Rob. So good.
I mean, the dogs love it, so I'm like, it's so nice now, Brenda. I can't wait
Yeah.
for you to see it all. Yeah.
Yep. She's spreading out more property to grow her own hay and
So now they're talking about Susie's property. They did a whole bunch of deforestation on it to, like, she sold the trees and was making a field for hay for the horses. So
that way she doesn't have to go out and go buy hay from another state and she can actually sell hay. I told her, I said, but you're gonna have to keep your horses and cattle out of there. They'll be eating it before you can even get it up.
Well, there'll be way more hay than they're clearing about 188
I'm here. Can you hear me?
acres of dense.
Yeah, it might just be your end. I'll comment in the chat.
Trees that no grass could grow in. So it's, whew.
Good trees. My wall trees. My wall trees.
We're gonna be making a house out of some of those trees. Yep. We're gonna be milling it and
Right.
turning. Yeah, we've got pine and oak and cedar already cut and ready to go to the mill. So.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
So yeah, that'll be pretty awesome. And I think one of the next things that I want to see if we can talk Roger into is maybe outside of the arena. building a platform that goes as high as where the horse's saddle is.
Okay, I'm skipping through a little more.
But it's true. Yeah.
So,
And
because God knows what he's doing, you know.
yes. But just always remember, we just keep it, protect yourself as much as possible. You know, listen to
And
that
listen to your intuitions, right,
Yep.
Brenda? Listen to those little red flags. If
Yeah.
if your little gut tells you something's not right, then it's not right. And you need to really pay attention, and you need to, you know, not ignore those things. And that's one thing that I learned through all this is I'm going to be more, I'm going to listen to myself more. I'm going to
Right. Me
I'm going to
too.
pay attention. I'm not going to ignore those things anymore,
Me too.
you know. Mhm.
Woo! I seen the video you did on them UFOs because I'm subscribed to your channel. I get notices all the time when you do them. I always go over there and watch those little clips. One day we got to get Woo up here on our show and bring some of his UFO stuff.
You hear that, Woo? It still needs to happen.
I decided to venture off, and every now and then I'll make an appearance on his show, on his Saturday night show, usually. Like I was on it tonight for about 45 minutes before I
I think that I
Okay.
was.
he had a pack to come on. So he really does. He surprises me sometimes, some of the stuff that he does know that I never really even thought about
Right.
talking to him about.
All right, I think the majority of the penny talk's done. There might be like 5 or 10 minutes left in here, so if we come across it, we'll play it, and then we'll end the show.
And it
Yeah.
just got out of hand. So, you know, and when Arkeem came to my defense and he jumped him, and it was like, no, this cannot go on. This can't. You know, something has to be done. And we wish no ill feelings for him, nothing bad to happen, and same way with Penny. We don't wish anything bad to happen to her, and hopefully she finds what she's looking for. But she's just not going to find it with us.
Right.
We are ready to go on to bigger things, and this is the last time that you will hear anything about it. We just really needed to clear the
air.
And for the most part, that's true. A few months later, we did a roundtable talk. That's been it. Maybe brought up once for like 10 minutes on a different show, but besides that. But Brenda and Susie have kept to their word. They put this out there, so it's out there, and they moved on.
air.
Yeah.
Whose platform was what on? I'm not sure who's.
Oh, I think maybe when you did your thing, you came on live on Beyond the Box at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it was on mine. Yeah. Oh, Norma's.
Yeah.
That's right. Norma said she's not getting notifications, which I don't understand why.
It should be a bell notification on your YouTube.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, since we're speaking about bell notifications, if all of you haven't tried it yet, please go into the subscribe, hit the bell icon so you get the notifications, and like the video if you haven't already. It helps with the algorithms to get it out to more people. That's just how YouTube functions. So that's all I ask. I appreciate y'all being here. Just you guys being here is really all I ask, because here I am doing just giving this information out to you guys.
Go on there and.
Hey,
try
did you ever get the Rumble thing?
You know, I don't
figured
even
out yet?
know. I don't even know if we're live on Rumble. I'm gonna have to send them another message, and so they can contact me again, because it's got to be on their end, because I have followed every step and stinking direction that there is by the book, and nothing. And I am so frustrated. I've never been so frustrated with with the thing ever. No, I'm looking. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on.
Let me clear the air about our guest tonight too, Danielle. A little bit about Penny.
Yeah.
Just I need to get.
By the way, yeah, the guest that was supposed to be on, Danielle, that was somebody that visited Tom previous to me and then went to Susie's after that. And I'm under the impression that Tom wanted to be romantically involved with Danielle, went to Susie's house. She didn't, or Danielle said no, she wasn't interested in him that way. Never went back. Never talked to him again. I don't know. Tom's done this to so many people now. Who knows how many people?
That out there too, because
And yeah, Zen, I agree with you that Brenda was really diplomatic in the way she did this. No ill will. Started off with a prayer. Asked God to guide the conversation, and here we are.
let me clear the air about our guest tonight too, Danielle. A little bit about Penny. Just I need to get that out there too, because Danielle went to visit Tom Althouse, and she was invited to come to our house afterwards. So
You see that? Yet another pattern. I wonder if that would have continued on had Penny maintained her vicious control over Susie.
she came here and she met us. Penny invited her over here, and then she's from Florida, and she's friends with Christy Tasker and all them. And she had told me about a prophecy or something that she had gotten or something, and she was going to meet somebody with a farm.
By the way, Woo Riders says it'd be cool if the overall phenomenon community could get along. Seems like an impossible task. Yeah, the most prominent ones I see that fight are Globe Earth, Flat Earth, Hollow Earth. It's a triple threat. And then, yeah, you have the paranormal people. They sometimes bleed over to the UFO and Bigfoot. And I think UFO and Bigfoot are related, like in terms of phenomenon. And they might be symbiotic for all we know. Who knows? But yeah, I'll be talking about that on different deep dives because I'm getting into the Bermuda Triangle stuff and UFOs, and eventually we'll get to the Bigfoot books because I got a bunch of those here, and by Timothy Renner, if any of you know who he is, and it's a podcast called Strange Familiars. So he became an author and did all this research on like Bigfoots in Pennsylvania and in the Appalachians. So it's really cool. I might end up making deep dives out of those Bigfoot books because it is just jam packed with information, like just account after account after account after account after account after account, and then you read through it all and you just try to see what the similarities are.
Farm that had fruit trees and stuff like that, and I go, we have a farm with fruit trees and stuff like that, and she said that she was told that we were going to help her or something. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. And she was really nice and everything. So she went back to Florida, and after she left, Penny told me that she had. I don't even remember the story correctly because it was so crazy that it didn't make sense to me. Like, somehow she was with her husband and she sold her kids. She sex trafficked her own kids, and I don't even know. I mean, I can't even remember. It was just horrific. And it was just like, I'm like, what? And she goes, yeah, she's really a bad person, and everything. Well, apparently, I think Tom had a crush on her. Tom Aldhouse has a crush on her, but she just considered Tom a good friend, right? So, so at this point, Danielle went back to Florida, and she said she got attacked by all kinds of people saying stuff about her, and she didn't know where it was coming from. And I said, well, that's what Penny was saying about you. So Penny had made phone calls to a bunch of people and said all this stuff about Danielle, and and then a lot of people started attacking Danielle. And so this is what I think happens in this community is somebody says something, and then they call everybody, and then they tell everybody this, and then everybody thinks that this is true, and then that person gets like gang stalked or attacked, or rumors get started or lies get spread, and then and she said, so that's where it came from. And she says, oh my god, I did not know. And you know so she's an advocate for children, and stuff like that, and so she will be coming back on our show. What?
Norma, I have to tell you something else. I met a professional group of gang stalkers who are really not gang stalkers, and they're really not Satanists. Those people that were on my show that one night that were giving everybody such a hard time, in the chat to me.
All right, I'm going to skip a little more.
I have the proof too. Given that proof, I asked for proof on when we were talking about Rocco. Somebody was saying something. I said, well, if you have proof, we'd like to see it. And then
boy,
you were given that proof, and that's why.
See, with the Penny situation, when I brought it to Tom, he didn't even ask for proof. He just straight out denied everything I was saying to him.
I said, I do have proof of what I'm saying, and if anybody needs to see that, I have the proof to show.
Yeah. So we're gonna start paying a lot more attention, and we are just sorry that we had to spill this all out there, but we don't deserve to get treated the way we were treated because.
Yeah, and I hope that this prevents more people from ending up in the situations that the three of us ended up in here.
It wasn't our fault. Susie never kicked anybody out,
No.
So we just hope that everybody understands that, that's why we had to come out here and clear the air. Danielle getting sick gave us the right time to go ahead and come on and talk about this, because we shouldn't have to defend ourselves ever as adults. You really shouldn't have to. Which was what we thought. That's why we never really did it.
Yeah.
But there comes a time when enough is enough, and we kind of had enough.
Well, to me, it's about warning the community, Brenda. You have to warn people. Hey, if you know that there is someone who has does things certain ways that could harm people, and you don't tell that other people and give them that opportunity to know, and you knew, then that's, you're denying them the chance to protect themselves properly. So we're just putting it out there so that we don't want it to be against us that we didn't warn you, and so
like
that
I said,
if it does,
we still have been getting so much backlash from it. People have still been running to us and telling us a lot of things, and may not be stuff that she says on the show.
Wow. Yeah, Zen, I actually already did help prevent someone from going through the same situation that I did. So if it helps even more people, even better. But yeah, it's already helped if you think about it like that.
But there is stuff that she does talk about behind the scenes, and people were saying, maybe it's time you guys step up and do this, and well, so here we are. We didn't deserve it. We really didn't want to even do this, because we were just like, okay, well, we're going to be the bigger people, and then maybe somebody's going to turn around and say, well, all this was said.
You inspired me when you talked about Rocco, Brenda. You know,
Dang it. It's my fault.
you know, you know, you did it with, you know, you did it so heartfelt. And I said, you know, that's, I don't want to, you know, say anything negative or be negative. So it has to be, you know, something that is said in a way
Yeah.
that isn't.
Notice they never said anything about wishing harm upon Penny or Tom. Or anyone else for that matter. Just a good thing to keep note of. We are not like denigrating these people. We are just pointing out their actions. That's it.
You know, meant to be negative, but yet
Right.
informative, you know, if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yep. Because we all felt at one particular point in time like we were thrown under the bus, ran over, and then backed up on, and then ran over again. And
Yeah.
so it's like, wow. And I told Susie, okay,
Oh, you know what? I think Tom used the whole story of of one of these co-hosts reaching out to me. He used that as a whole conflation of like, he's contacting the friends of hosts, and trying to remove me from all of. Dude, you don't need me to like remove you. You're gonna end up removing yourself from all these shows, and the rest of them, they'll stop inviting you after they see this video.
well, if we do this, no anger, we're not going to yell, we're not going to scream, we're going to be humble, we're going to explain and clear the air. Because we need to clear the air. So, well, guys, it is almost time for us to go.
Oh,
So that's it for this video. Yeah. How about that? All right, everyone. You guys stayed this whole time. I am so proud of all of you. Well, this was Let's Talk About It. And we just did a 5-hour, 24-minute stream. Blew the record out of the water. And I hope this is the catch-all video for people wanting to find out the truth about Tom Althouse. Come watch episode 3 of Let's Talk on Yissilmissil Productions. I really appreciate y'all being here. I am taking Tuesday off because I'm waiting for the Bruce Caffey book to come in. And I don't think it's going to arrive on time. So I want to move that to next week. But Thursday will still be Bermuda Triangle. And Saturday will be the Chicago film industry. Next week, Sunday, will be episode 4 of this. We'll be getting into more of the extra stuff about Penny because there's a little more. And also like the notes, the journals that she wrote. Like Susie showed them on screen. It's not anything private anymore. Penny left them. She abandoned them. I'm in the trenches, and I'm fighting till we win. Until the next one. Class dismissed.